Chapter 39-47. In front of Despair City. Elder Jia Yuan's body was filled with a terrifying bloodline power. He clasped his hands together and fused the two bloodlines together, gradually suppressing the power of the curse. However, he couldn't completely destroy the curse. This scene made everyone's hearts clench. The combination of two bloodlines still can't break the curse? Jia Ju muttered to himself. Princess Huang had already lost control of her body. Her body floated in the air as the primordial bloodline in her body was drawn out and rushed toward Elder Jia Yuan. Is it still not enough? Seeing this, Princess Huang gritted her teeth and burned her essence blood, urging the last of her bloodline power to help Elder Jia Yuan break the curse. Boom! 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 The two bloodline powers clashed against the curse's power. The broken walls of Despair City shook violently. This meant that the curse's power had reached its limit. However, Elder Jia Yuan had also reached his limit. The two bloodline powers he had unleashed were the most his body could endure. If he continued to increase the power, his body would explode and his Yuan spirit would be completely destroyed. Elder Jia Yuan! Jia Ju shouted. He was trying to stop Elder Jia Yuan. If this continued, Elder Jia Yuan would definitely die. The three old men were also at a loss of what to do. At this point, it was already far beyond the scope of their imagination. This is too scary. After the baptism of time, the curse had become so powerful? At this moment, inside Despair City, Fang Chen sensed the two peak bloodlines in the outside world. They're using their bloodline power to attack Despair City? Roar. Despair City was filled with endless roars. This was the power of the curse. I'll help you. Fang Chen instantly made a decision. He released his perfect bloodline and formed a blood-red pillar of light in the air. It pierced through Despair City and appeared in front of the broken walls. Crack! The curse's power on the broken walls was attacked from the back and abdomen and instantly loosened. Boom! In the outside world, Elder Jia Yuan, who was already at the end of his rope, suddenly felt his body relax. He seemed to have realized something. The curse's power has weakened? He saw the broken walls of the City of Despair shaking violently. It seemed like the inside of the City of Despair had suffered a huge impact. Could it be Fang Chen? Other than Fang Chen, there seemed to be no one else. Are they working together from the inside? Elder Jia Yuan's fighting spirit was reignited as he took a deep breath and controlled his two bloodlines to launch a final attack against the curse power. Crack! While he was outside, he had attracted a lot of hatred from the power of the curse. The remaining small portion was left for Fang Chen to deal with. At this moment, the perfect bloodline also erupted with tenacious and powerful strength. Together with the two top-notch bloodlines in the outside world, it formed a tripartite balance of power. Crack! For the first time, the dilapidated city walls were unable to withstand the impact of three top-notch bloodlines, and they began to shatter. Countless fragments of stone flew into the air. Did you succeed? Elder Jia Yuan was overjoyed, but he didn't give up. He knew that he needed to focus all of his attention at this moment. When the city walls shattered, he saw Fang Chen helping him from afar. His face was filled with joy. The two of them looked at each other from afar, communicating with their eyes, and then continued to work together to suppress the curse power. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Especially Jia Ju. He had clearly felt Elder Jia Yuan's aura weakening, but suddenly, a completely different change occurred. The broken city wall is broken? Princess Huang's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. The destruction of the city walls meant that the curse power was completely suppressed. If this continued, they would definitely be able to destroy it completely. Are you still holding on? Princess Huang muttered to herself. I hope that you can survive. Then, she closed her eyes and used the last of her strength. The three of you, what are you waiting for? Jia Ju shouted. The three elders were also stunned. Only now did they realize that Elder Jia Yuan needed help. Let's do it. Although the three of them couldn't get close to Despair City, they could still transfer energy from afar. As long as they could ensure that Elder Jia Yuan's body wasn't damaged, the curse power would be destroyed sooner or later. Brother Jia Yuan, hold on. We're here to help you, the elder in the middle of the thatched hut shouted. Old Xiao and the elder in the right thatched hut also placed their palms on the back of the elder in the middle. The three old monsters transferred a vast amount of energy to Elder Jia Yuan. 1. With the new energy, Elder Jia Yuan's mental state improved significantly. He continued to control the two top bloodlines to suppress the curse power. Dong, dong, dong. The perfect bloodline had completely occupied the city walls. When it came into contact with the two top bloodlines, the entire Despair City shook. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out, as if the sky was about to collapse. This is... Even Elder Jia Yuan was taken aback. Apart from the primordial bloodline and Jialua bloodline, there was actually such a powerful bloodline in the world? Fang Chen's bloodline wasn't any weaker than the two top bloodlines. What bloodline is this? He was very confused, but he also knew that if it weren't for Fang Chen's bloodline, the two top bloodlines wouldn't have been able to do anything to the curse power. Ha ha ha, this is great. Elder Jia Yuan laughed wildly as the three bloodlines worked together to force the curse power back. As long as they were given more time, the curse power would definitely disappear. Fang Chen closed his eyes. Although he had come into contact with the two top bloodlines a long time ago, the feeling this time was completely different. When the perfect bloodline came into contact with the two top bloodlines, he could clearly sense the circulation paths of the two bloodlines. He could even see their internal structure clearly. Such a powerful bloodline had touched him greatly. The perfect bloodline had never been truly perfect. The reason he had reincarnated was so that his perfect bloodline could reach its most perfect state. This wasn't just his wish. It was the wish of countless ancestors of the primal chaos realm. For this, they were willing to sacrifice their lives and plan for billions of years to create a perfect bloodline. Dong, dong, dong. Ancient voices rang out in Fang Chen's mind. These voices seemed to be describing the birth of the perfect bloodline. They also seemed to be describing the growth of the primal chaos realm to him. He sank into a profound state of enlightenment. His perfect bloodline grew exponentially, and together with Elder Jia Yuan's two top-tier bloodlines, he was able to completely suppress the power of the curse. Chapter 39-48. At this moment, the three top bloodlines merged and cooperated with each other, instantly suppressing the power of the curse. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying power of the curse was completely suppressed by the three top bloodlines, unable to move at all. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan's body returned to normal, and he could even move freely. When the dust settled, he saw Fang Chen's figure, and an excited smile appeared on his face. "You're really fine," Elder Jia Yuan shouted excitedly. At the same time, he increased the power of his primordial bloodline and Jialua bloodline, working together with Fang Chen to destroy the power of the curse. In the distance, excitement appeared on the faces of the three elders. Not only was that fellow fine, but he was also cooperating with Elder Jia Yuan. It seemed that they were going to completely refine the curse energy. The most excited one was Princess Wang. At this moment, she was extremely weak and couldn't even open her eyes, but she could feel Fang Chen's aura. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, and an excited smile appeared on her white cheeks. "You're still alive." In order to save Fang Chen, she didn't hesitate to give up her life. After knowing that Fang Chen was still alive, she finally relaxed. 1. At this moment, the primordial bloodline in her body underwent a qualitative leap, and a terrifying power erupted. Her bloodline condensed into a beam of light that shot towards Despair City. At the same time, Elder Jia Yuan also noticed this. He pushed the Jialua bloodline to the extreme, and together with the primordial bloodline, he helped Feng Chen. Soon, Elder Jia Yuan was extremely excited. He finally understood what the higher-ups of the clan meant. The so-called blood sacrifice. If one top bloodline wasn't enough, then two. If that wasn't enough, then three. Eventually, the curse of the underworld would be destroyed. After all, the curse also had a limit, and it couldn't be surpassed. Rumble. Under the attacks of the three top bloodlines, the power of the curse was shattered into pieces and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Crack. In the end, the last trace of the curse's power was completely refined by the three top bloodlines. The curse that had sealed Despair City for countless years finally dissipated. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The storm outside the city of Despair instantly disappeared. The color of the sky changed, and the remaining blood-red color was covered by dust. The corpses of the demonic monsters and other monsters also gradually disintegrated. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. 1. A simple and ancient aura filled the air. Despair City reappeared before the people of the world. Success. Elder Jia Yuan withdrew his bloodline and jumped into Despair City, arriving in front of Feng Chen. Princess Huang was so weak that she fainted. Jia Zhou held her in his arms and treated her injuries. As for the three old men, they entered Despair City with their fastest speed. Is this the legendary city of despair? The three old men looked at each other. Then, they used their powerful primordial spirits to search the entire Despair City for traces of the ghost artifact. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the dilapidated city of despair, yellow sand covered the street. Feng Chen was a little tired, but he still persevered. How are you? Elder Jia Yuan asked. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Jiajiu, asking him to bring Princess Huang back to the Jialua clan's camp. With their cultivation realm, they wouldn't be able to step into Despair City. After settling Jiajiu, Elder Jia Yuan looked at Feng Chen with a burning gaze. He was curious. How did this guy enter Despair City and come out unscathed? It was unbelievable. After all, he had just experienced a bloody battle. The power of the Ghost World's curse was too strong. If he didn't have two top-tier bloodlines, he wouldn't have been able to get close to the dilapidated city walls. But this guy in front of him only had one top-tier bloodline, and he could enter Despair City alone. I was lucky, Feng Chen said humbly. Luckily, you were there to help me. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to destroy the power of the curse. Elder Jia Yuan sighed as he recalled his experience. The three old men looked at Feng Chen with solemn eyes. This guy in front of them had not only mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, but he had also stepped into the 10th level Saint realm. Most importantly, he had a top-tier bloodline that was comparable to the primordial bloodline and the Jialua bloodline. What is his bloodline? Although they had lived for countless years, they couldn't recognize the origin of Feng Chen's bloodline. It seems that the human race doesn't have any particularly powerful bloodline. Elder Xiu pondered. The old man on the right thought to himself. Unless it was the sovereign bloodline, it couldn't be comparable to the top-tier primordial bloodline and the Jialua bloodline. However, its existence was the reason. They had seen with their own eyes that Feng Chen had such a powerful bloodline. This meant that this person's future achievements would be very high. It was very likely that he would step into the legendary chaotic supremacy realm. Thinking of this, the three old men looked at each other and thought of the same thing. They even wanted to take the initiative to lower their status and befriend Feng Chen, hoping that he could help them in the future. In the age of chaos, the world was in chaos. The demon-devouring patriarch was about to come out of seclusion. Once he successfully stepped into the legendary Chaos Controller realm, what awaited them was destruction. I'm impressed. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut cupped his fists at Feng Chen and said, I've lived for countless chaos epochs, but I've never seen someone with as much potential as you. Not bad. Your potential is unparalleled. Even the primordial supremacy may not be stronger than you. Elder Xiao praised. You have a supreme bloodline and mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Your future is limitless. I'm really curious to see how powerful a genius the human race will welcome. The old man on the right said. Elder Jia Yuan grinned. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his expectations. Even the higher-ups of the clan would be shocked. Of course, now wasn't the time to talk about this. Their goal was the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. Everyone, let's not talk about this first. It wasn't easy for us to break the curse of Despair City. We should think of a way to find the ghost artifact. Elder Jia Yuan said. After all, no one knows what those mysterious beings did to Despair City back then. If the power of the curse is unleashed again, our lives will be in danger. Hearing this, the three old men's expressions changed. Despair City isn't big. Let's split up. If we find any traces of the ghost artifact, let's inform each other. Facing such a dangerous place, they could only continue to form an alliance. After all, no one knew what dangers they would encounter next. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 39-49. After countless years, the curse of the City of Despair had finally been completely eliminated, and all the credit was due to the gathering of the three top bloodlines. This was especially true for Fang Chen. His perfect bloodline had played an important role in this. If he had not entered Despair City first, it would have been impossible for them to work together from the inside and the outside to break it open. Now, everyone began to split up to search for the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. In the beginning, countless experts entered the core area to search for the ghost artifact. However, after experiencing so many things, only Fang Chen and the other four had reached here. The three old men were very excited. They thought that the curse of the City of Despair would keep them out. But they did not expect that Fang Chen actually had a top bloodline and completely broke the curse of the City of Despair. However, thinking of this, the three of them seemed to be very dignified. The stronger Fang Chen was, the more difficult it would be for them to compete for the ghost artifact. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut looked at the two of them with a heavy heart and then said, Fang Chen is very strong. In one sentence, there was helplessness. In a one-on-one battle, none of the three of them was Fang Chen's opponent and would be crushed. Fortunately, the three of them had a joint attack array. Once they joined forces, their combat strength soared, and they could escape from the hands of a 10th-level Saint Realm expert. However, after experiencing the scene just now, they actually had a trace of fear towards Fang Chen in their hearts. The three of us have been sleeping for countless years in order to find the opportunity to become sovereigns. Now that the opportunity is in front of us, how can we give it up so easily? Old Man Xiao was more straightforward. The old man on the right nodded and said, Yes, I agree with Old Man Xiao. In this life, we can't afford to miss this opportunity. I would rather die and disappear from the world than give this opportunity to others. Besides, if the three of us join forces and use our trump cards, even if he is a 10th-level Saint Realm expert, we can still fight him. Hearing this, the old man in the middle of the thatched hut nodded slightly. The three of them had the determination to die. No matter what, they had to obtain the ghost artifact. The three of them turned their heads at the same time and glanced at Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan, who were searching for the ghost artifact. Then, a trace of determination flashed in their eyes, and they continued to search. On the other side, Elder Jia Yuan also reminded Fang Chen to be careful of the three of them. If you and I work together to break the curse, your unparalleled battle prowess will be exposed before the three of them. I'm afraid the three of them will be wary of us, Elder Jia Yuan said. He was not afraid of being on guard, but he was afraid that they would play tricks in the dark. Fang Chen shook his head. It's all right. The curse has been broken. There aren't many people in Despair City who can threaten me. I'm confident that I can deal with the three of them together. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan didn't speak any further and could only continue searching for traces of the ghost artifact. 1. After an unknown period of time, the old man in the middle of the thatched hut flicked his wrist, and the badge formed by the 9 fragments suddenly appeared in his hand and began to tremble slightly. Seeing this, the other 2 elders hurriedly looked over. 1. The token vibrated violently, and wisps of eerie aura escaped from it and floated in the air above Despair City. At the same time, an eerie howl that seemed to have existed since ancient times came from a corner of Despair City. What's that sound? Fang Chun and Elder Jia Yuan's attention was drawn to the voice as well. Could it be a being of the netherworld? Elder Jia Yuan seemed to think of something and cried out, "Rustle, rustle, rustle." The 2 of them quickly came to the corner where the eerie howl came from. They checked carefully, but they didn't find any clues. Where did the sound come from? Elder Jia Yuan asked. Fang Chun frowned and pondered. What was certain was that the voice was attracted by the badge formed by the 9 pieces of the fragments. Then, to be able to attract such an eerie howl, it could only be the Ghost Emperor's ghost artifact. This sound is extremely eerie. It's very likely that it's from the ghost artifact, Fang Chun said. The ghost artifact contained the secrets of the Supremes. This was why the 3 elders had to get the ghost artifact after waking up from their slumber. It had its own consciousness. Perhaps it was summoned by the 9 fragments and awakened. Be careful. I feel something strange, Elder Jia Yuan warned. At the same time, he checked the surroundings to see if there were any abnormalities. 1. The eerie aura coming from the token in the hand of the old man in the middle cottage grew thicker and thicker. It floated in the air above Despair City and caused the eerie howl to become even more powerful. "Give me the token," Fang Chun said. The old man in the middle cottage froze for a moment, then jumped to the corner where Fang Chun was. As expected, when the token approached the corner, the soil in the corner underwent a tremendous change. 1. The yellow soil turned blood-red under the influence of the token's aura. "What's going on?" everyone exclaimed. Only Elder Jia Yuan's pupils shrank. He thought of a legend in the clan. A legend. The soil of the underworld was dyed red by the blood of cultivators. That was why the soil was blood-red. The soil in the corner turned blood-red under the influence of the token's aura. This confirmed that the mysterious beings that slaughtered Despair City were the legendary beings of the underworld. Are they really beings of the underworld? Elder Jia Yuan's body swayed. The underworld was even more mysterious than the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was said that when cultivators died, they would enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and reincarnate through the path of reincarnation. This was also the responsibility of the Jialua clan. However, some cultivators died for various reasons and were unable to reincarnate. In the end, they all entered the underworld. Therefore, in the legends, the underworld had always been the representative of bloody demons. "Retreat!" Elder Jia Yuan yelled. Fang Chun was the first to react. With a whoosh, he retreated from the blood-red soil. However, the 3 old men weren't so lucky. Especially the old man in the middle cottage. He was controlling the token, so he was a bit slow in retreating. He was immediately enveloped by the blood-red soil. His legs were instantly covered in blood. Fortunately, he was decisive enough to cut off his legs and retreat successfully. "Ah!" A miserable shriek came from the mouth of the old man in the middle thatched hut. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his face was pale. His legs were broken, and his ankles were corroded by the blood-red soil. The sinister aura was attacking his physical defenses. "We'll help you." Elder Xiao and the old man on the right couldn't care less. The 2 of them worked together and forcefully cut off the legs of the old man in the middle cottage. This prevented the sinister aura from corroding his body. They cut off their connection with the blood-red soil. How can this be? Fang Chun was shocked. Chapter 3950. The blood-red soil was too frightening. It could actually corrode a peak 9th Order Saint Realm expert to such an extent. Moreover, from the looks of it, The latter didn't even have the strength to resist. If it weren't for old Xiao and the other old man decisively cutting off the leg of the old man in the middle, he really might have been killed by the blood-red soil. One had to know that the soil of the netherworld was terrifyingly strong. Ah! The old man in the middle of the thatched hut let out a miserable cry. His entire body tensed up as blood spurted out from his broken leg. Fortunately, the other two old men helped to stop the bleeding. At the same time, they expelled the last bit of blood-red soil from his body. Whoosh! The three old men escaped from the blood-red soil's range. How is it? Old Xiao asked. The token emitted a scarlet aura. This aura seemed to be summoning the blood-red soil. Seeing this situation, the old man in the middle didn't dare to continue holding on to the token. He endured the pain and quickly threw the token to Fang Chen. Then, he started to quickly heal his injuries. As for the other two old men, they looked at the blood-red soil with some fear. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with helplessness. Could it be that the mysterious being that massacred the city was really a being from the netherworld? Elder Jia Yuan said in a low voice. They had gone through untold hardships and almost lost their lives. It wasn't easy for them to use their 3 peak bloodlines to barely break the curse, allowing the City of Despair, which had been sealed for countless years, to appear in front of them. But now they had encountered an even greater danger. The blood-red soil was almost certain to be from the netherworld. Then the question was, why would the netherworld's soil appear in the City of Despair? Elder Jia Yuan vaguely remembered that there was some information about the netherworld in the family's book. Although it was very rare, there was mention of this blood-red soil. This was a special kind of soil. After being irrigated by countless amounts of blood, it had evolved into an extremely terrifying soil. This kind of soil was very destructive. Once a cultivator came in contact with it, the baleful aura it contained would attack their Yuan spirit. Those who were weak would definitely suffer a destructive blow. However, Elder Jia Yuan didn't understand. According to the books, the blood-red soil could only exist in a special environment, which was the legendary netherworld. Because only the aura of the netherworld and that special environment could allow the blood-red soil to exist in perfect condition. Now he saw the blood-red soil appear in the City of Despair with his own eyes. Moreover, it released a frightening power that almost killed the old man in the middle of the straw hut. Whoosh! Elder Jia Yuan took a deep breath, somewhat in disbelief. He's Elder Jia Yuan's spirit Xiao's netherworld's words. After a while, Fang Chen opened his eyes and slowly said, the appearance of the blood-red soil should have been summoned by the token. This further proves that the ghost artifact should be under the blood-red soil. Everyone looked at each other. No one knew what kind of powerful monster was hiding under the blood-red soil of Netherworld. However, they were also very desperate for ghost artifacts. 1. The token was emitting an extremely strange aura. In the Despair City, this aura didn't pose much of a threat. However, as soon as it came into contact with the blood-red soil, the power of this strange aura would increase exponentially. In the end, it would turn into a lethal weapon. If Fang Chen's guess was correct, the instant the old man in the thatched cottage poured his energy into the medallion, he had completely activated the medallion, drawing out the blood-red soil hidden in Despair City. Let's try. Fang Chen suddenly had a bold idea. He was the strongest of the 5, and he had the perfect bloodline. He wanted to try and see how powerful the blood-red soil was. Whoosh! Before Elder Jia Yuan could react, he had already leaped into the blood-red soil. 1. He crazily injected his power into the token. Instantly, with the blood-red soil as the center, a monstrous power swept out, forming a powerful pillar of light that shot toward Fang Chen. Boom! 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 Countless complicated patterns appeared on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. At this moment, his physical strength reached an unprecedented level. Boom! The 10 ultimate forces in his body were completely released, forming 10 pillars of light that surrounded his body and protected him. The terrifying power of a 10th-level true saint was completely released. The entire city of despair seemed to be trembling. Thunder rumbled in the sky as if it was cheering for Fang Chen. This scene stunned the 3 old men. Is this the terrifying power of a 10th-level true saint? Elder Xiao was dumbfounded. Even though he had some reservations about Fang Chen and thought that the world was exaggerating him, his heart was shaken at this moment. If he fought one-on-one, he would be killed in an instant. Too strong. As expected of the person who mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. The old man on the right was also dumbfounded. The old ancestor in the straw hut in the middle looked dignified, forgetting his pain. He was the only one who was more rational. Although his 2 companions had said that Fang Chen was terrifying, he believed that the most terrifying thing about this person was not his strength. It was his potential. Think about it. Even if the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization was made public, who could cultivate it in such a harsh cultivation environment? This abnormal guy not only cultivated it, but also took the opportunity to step into the 10th-level true saint realm. Just now, he had almost lost his life, but this guy resisted the corrosion of the blood-red soil with his terrifying strength. It was too terrifying. Above the blood-red soil, Fang Chen clenched his fists. 10 ultimate forces spread out, fighting against the blood-red soil. As time passed, the token floating in front of him seemed to be dripping with black liquid. When the black liquid dripped onto the blood-red soil, the latter actually began to crack. Drip. Drop after drop of black liquid dripped onto the soil. In the end, the cracks turned into a dark cave that could fit a person. This scene shocked the 4 people in the distance. Crack. Finally, Fang Chen couldn't hold on any longer. The token seemed to have reached its limit and shattered. The blood-red soil invaded Fang Chen's body and sent him flying. Dong. After he hit the ground, he hurriedly used his ultimate force to expel the evil aura from his body. At the same time, he stared at the dark cave above the blood-red soil that could fit a person. Chapter 3951. The token formed by the 9 fragments could not withstand the powerful force of the blood-red soil and finally shattered. Of course, its shattering gave Fang Chen and the others a glimmer of hope. Fang Chen used his powerful strength and 10 strands of ultimate power to successfully detonate the token. As a result, a pitch-black hole large enough for a person to enter appeared in the blood-red soil. There seemed to be extreme danger in that hole. Crack. The token shattered and turned into powder. It drifted away from Fang Chen's hand. The other 4 looked at him simultaneously, their hearts filled with shock. The 3 elders were dumbfounded. Wasn't Fang Chen's strength too strong? He was actually able to use his physical strength to resist the blood-red soil and even blast open a hole in it. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Elder Jia Yuan swallowed and quickly regained his composure. He asked, "What's going on?" In fact, he vaguely guessed that there might be a ghost artifact in this pitch-black hole. Otherwise, the token would not have been able to blast open a hole. Could it be that the beings of the underworld took the ghost artifact? This was the question that Elder Jia Yuan was most worried about. If that was the case, would they still be able to obtain the ghost artifact? The corrosive power of the blood-red soil seems to have weakened, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the 3 elders were the first to react. However, there was a hint of doubt in their eyes. They had almost died in the blood-red soil, especially the elder in the middle of the thatched hut. His legs had been cut off and had not been reconstructed yet. He was already traumatized and did not dare to try. "Let me try." Elder Jia Yuan clenched his teeth and activated all the strength in his body. His robe fluttered as he leaped into the air above the blood-red soil. In an instant, a terrifying corrosive power bombarded his body. His body shook violently, but he quickly stabilized. As expected, he could clearly feel that the pressure on him had weakened a lot. Furthermore, the blood-red soil is no longer a threat. Whoosh. Seeing this, the three elders sighed in relief and waited for Fang Chen to speak. Since the token activated the blood-red soil and forcibly opened a gap, it means that the ghost artifact must be in this cave, Fang Chen said. There was a hint of tenacity in his eyes. He was determined to obtain the ghost artifact, so even if the road ahead was dangerous, he would not hesitate. There is an unknown danger in the cave. You have all seen it. Fang Chen continued, our cooperation is about to end here. After that, the fight for the ghost artifact will depend on our own abilities. He glanced at the three of them. As for whether you want to enter the cave or not, you can decide for yourselves. With that, he leaped and disappeared into the pitch-black cave. Elder Jia Yuan cupped his fists at the three of them and jumped in as well. The three elders looked at each other. To be honest, they were not willing to give up. Back then, they experienced the destruction of the chaos and almost died completely. It was not easy for them to use a secret technique and fall into a deep sleep to escape the disaster. In this life, they woke up from their deep sleep to find the final opportunity. If they could not find it, they would eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil and be forgotten by the world. In the beginning, they were determined to obtain the ghost artifact. However, after experiencing all the previous events, especially the curse of the City of Despair and the blood-red soil of the underworld, they began to feel fear in their hearts. If we cower, we will never be able to step into the chaotic supreme realm. Elder Xiu broke the silence and said in a deep voice, we chose to escape back then. If we choose to escape now, we will live in the shadows of others for the rest of our lives and will never be able to step into the chaotic supreme realm. That's right. I agree with Elder Xiu. We have lived for so long and have seen all kinds of storms. The ghost artifact is right in front of us. We cannot be indifferent, the elder on the right said. The elder in the straw hut in the middle smiled bitterly. It turned out that the longer one lived, the more they cherished their lives and were afraid of danger. Ha ha. He laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head before taking a step forward. Boom. When he took a step forward, his aura became unusually sharp. He was like a god of war who could hold back 10,000 men. We live in this world in pursuit of the legendary primal chaos supreme realm. The elder in the straw hut in the middle said with a thunderous voice, even if we die, we will have no regrets. Even if we die, we will have no regrets. The other two elders shouted. Time had worn down their edges. However, if they did not give it their all now, they would disappear forever in the dust of history. Even old men had their moments of hot-bloodedness. Now was the time. The three elders took a step forward at the same time and stepped into the pitch-black cave without any regret. Buzz. After they entered the cave, the blood-red soil moved and instantly covered the pitch-black cave. The City of Despair regained its peace, and the lightning in the sky gradually dissipated. A strong wind blew and dust fell, gradually covering the broken City of Despair. It was as if no one had ever been here. The Jialua clan's base. Princess Huang's injuries were very serious. When she was brought back, she was already unconscious. After Jiajiu helped her settle down, he started to send messages to Elder Jia Yuan to ask about the situation in the City of Despair. After all, that was the legendary City of Despair. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. However, there was still no response after countless messages. When he sent the last message, Jiajiu was shocked to find that he could not send any messages. What did this mean? There was no problem with his message token. This meant that Elder Jia Yuan's message token was blocked. Or perhaps they had fallen into some kind of dangerous place and were isolated from the world. What's going on? What happened in the City of Despair? Jiajiu was very anxious. He sent the message back to the clan. Not long after, he received a reply. What? After hearing this, Jiajiu was stunned. The clan's reply was that the prophet had predicted that although Elder Jia Yuan was in danger, He would be safe in the end. There was no need to be anxious. They just needed to wait patiently. The prophet has come out of seclusion? Jiajia was shocked. The prophet had been in seclusion for a long time in the Chaos Era and had never come out. He did not expect him to come out this time and personally make a prediction. Since the prophet had predicted that Elder Jia Yuan would be fine, he was relieved. However, he was worried about something else. The prophet had a high status in the Jialua clan. He would only predict things related to the life and death of the Jialua clan. He would not predict Elder Jia Yuan's life and death for no reason. Why would he do this? He thought about what Elder Jia Yuan had said before. The Jialua clan's calamity was coming. If they could not survive, they might even be wiped out. Could it be that this matter made the prophet come out of seclusion? Chapter 39:52. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. On the phone, however, some people could not reach the legendary realm even after spending their entire lives. Some people were born with divine bodies and could easily surpass the obstacles and reach unimaginable heights. However, whether it was the former or the latter, they all had one thing in common. They were stuck at the bottleneck of the Saint Realm and could not reach the threshold of the Supremacy Realm. Strictly speaking, the three elders had lived for countless years and experienced countless changes of eras. Now that they had reached the age of chaos, they believed that the time was ripe. If they did not revive and fight for it, they would be completely annihilated in the dust of history. Every cultivator had an ultimate dream in their heart, and that was to reach the peak of the martial way. What was the peak of the martial way? Currently, the chaotic supremacy was the peak of the martial way. Everyone, including Fong Chen, was pursuing this goal. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, the three elders made the same decision at the same time. They jumped into the pitch-black cave without hesitation. Even though they knew that there were unknown dangers in the cave and that they would die in it, they had no intention of retreating. They knew that this was their last chance. If they could not seize it, their endless years of hiding would be a complete failure. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. When Fong Chen and Elder Jia Yuan entered the pitch-black cave, they were greeted with the sight of an underground palace. This underground palace was very strange and was filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. The aura around Fong Chen rippled as he stared ahead with his pitch-black eyes. He felt uneasy. He felt that the aura of this underground palace was familiar. Be careful. This place is very likely related to the underworld, Elder Jia Yuan reminded him. Fong Chen nodded and continued to scan the surroundings. Buzz. At this moment, a strange aura rushed toward him. His body stiffened, and then his face was filled with shock. He remembered that the strange aura here was very similar to the one he had sensed in the Ghost Mansion. The Ghost Mansion had always been a very mysterious mansion. The master of the Ghost Mansion was not controlled by the Devouring Demon clan. Back then, Fong Chen had entered the Ghost Mansion by mistake and narrowly escaped death. At that time, he could vaguely sense an extremely terrifying aura beneath the Ghost Manor's territory, causing his heart to tremble. Now that he thought about it carefully, he compared the two auras. Yes, the aura emitted from this underground palace was a simplified version of the aura emitted from the underground of the Ghost Manor. No wonder. Huangxing, the Ghost Manor is very special. It is very likely that it is related to the Netherworld. Fong Chen suddenly had a bold guess. The Ghost Palace's palace lord was mysterious and unfathomable. He occupied the Ghost Palace's territory and feared no one. Could it be that he was a creature from the Netherworld? Or was there an entrance to the underworld in the Ghost Manor? Of course, this was just a guess. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. Look. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan's voice pulled him back from his thoughts. He turned his head in the direction of Elder Jia Yuan's voice, and discovered that there was some blood-red soil in a corner of the underground palace. Creatures of the underworld? Fang Chen's eyelids twitched. He saw shallow and deep footprints on the blood-red soil. What kind of footprints are these? He had never seen such a strange footprint before. Normally, whether it was a human cultivator, a demon, or a demon-devouring race cultivator, their feet were all the same size. After careful inspection, he discovered that these two footprints came from the same person. However, one was deeper than the other. This meant that this person was very special. The footprints of a creature from the netherworld? Fang Chen carefully approached the blood-red soil in the corner. Be careful. Elder Jiayuan pulled on his sleeve. It's fine. I'll go take a look. When he arrived in front of the blood-red soil, he could clearly feel that the two footprints were filled with an eerie and terrifying aura. The footprints sealed the netherworld aura? Fang Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect the netherworld aura in the blood-red soil to be sealed by these two footprints. Then, who was the owner of these two footprints? Or had someone come here in search of a ghost artifact but failed in the end? Elder Jiayuan, have you heard of anyone entering Despair City? Fang Chen suddenly asked. The Jialua clan was in charge of the 6 paths of reincarnation world. They were well informed. Despair City was a forbidden city. If someone entered, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. There would definitely be record. Despair City was cursed by a mysterious creature. Normally, even experts at the peak of the Saint Realm would not be able to enter. However, your question reminded me of something. Elder Jiayuan sank into his memories. He once saw a shocking record in the clan's unofficial history. According to the records, there was once a peak Saint Realm expert who used his powerful strength to enter Despair City. At that time, it shocked the world. However, not long after, there were rumors that the person died in Despair City. His life tablet completely shattered. From then on, Despair City was even more feared by the world. As time passed, no one dared to approach Despair City. After countless years, Despair City was long forgotten by the world. What's that person's name? Fang Chen asked. Anyone who could enter Despair City was definitely not an ordinary person. That person seems to be from the realm of chaos. His name is Saint Fujian. Hearing this, Fang Chen's body trembled and his expression changed drastically. Saint Fujian? Could it be Supreme Fujian? Did he come to Despair City when he was a Saint Realm expert? Did he die in Despair City? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Elder Jiayuan nodded. This was recorded in the clan's unofficial history. As for whether it was true or not, no one could prove it. However, Fang Chen shook his head. He knew better than anyone that Supreme Fujian would not die in Despair City. He became the realm of chaos supremacy in the future and fought against the Demon Devourer clan's patriarch to save the realm of chaos. Even Fang Chen still did not think that Supreme Fujian had died. According to the clues in the past, it was very likely that Supreme Fujian was one of the experts who had planned to reincarnate him. Perhaps they could not show up for some reason. You mean, these two footprints were left by Saint Fujian? Elder Jiayuan was shocked. Fang Chen shook his head. This shouldn't have been left behind by Supreme Venerable Fujian because he couldn't sense any familiar aura from the footprints, nor did he sense any resonance from the depths of his bloodline. Fang Chen turned around and checked the underground palace again. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Despair City was not as simple as it seemed. It was very likely that there was an unknown history hidden within it. Ancient Sword Lord. Chapter 3953. Fang Chen's mind was filled with thoughts as he stared at the blood-red soil in the corner of the underground palace. The two footprints, one shallow and one deep, seemed to contain countless secrets of the City of Despair. Fang Chen's intuition told him that the two footprints most likely came from Sovereign Fujian. However, he thought of another possibility. If the two footprints really did come from Sovereign Fujian, then was all of this part of his plan? Was his every move ever since he reincarnated into the origin world and started cultivating again under the control of the powerhouses behind him? His mind was in turmoil as he thought of many things. However, he didn't dare to touch the blood-red soil at this moment. The two footprints seemed to be sealing the power of the blood-red soil. It was obvious that the blood-red soil in the underground palace was different from what they'd seen before. Fang Chen even felt a dangerous aura approaching. He didn't dare to act rashly. Beside him, Elder Jia Yuan said in a deep voice, "The entire underground palace is empty. Only this corner has blood-red soil. I think the ghost artifact must be in this blood-red soil. Even if it wasn't in the soil, it definitely had something to do with it." Fang Chen didn't say anything. The three old men's eyes shone with golden light. When they took that step, they'd already disregarded life and death. They only had one thought in their minds, and that was to find the ghost artifact and then find the path to becoming a sovereign. No one and nothing could stop their determination. Therefore, the three old men were rather excited at this moment. They walked past Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan and arrived in front of the blood-red soil. Old Xiu couldn't wait any longer. He exchanged a glance with the other two and then stepped onto the shallow footprints. Buzz! The shallow footprints emitted a faint aura. Then, the blood-red soil changed. A trace of black seemed to appear in the bright red. However, old Xiu didn't care. A smile appeared on his face. He thought he'd conquered the blood-red soil. "The blood-red soil here doesn't seem to be scary," said old Xiu. Following that, the old man on the right also took a step forward and stepped onto the deep footprint. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. When his foot landed on the deep footprint, the deep and shallow footprints suddenly underwent a tremendous change. It was like the 8 trigrams of Tai Chi, releasing a vast and mighty power. At the same time, the sealed power in the blood-red soil instantly surged out. It was majestic and shocking. Not good. The old man in the middle of the thatched hut noticed the abnormality and shouted out a warning. However, it was too late. 2 terrifying beams of light soared into the sky and blasted the 2 old men away. Dong! The 2 of them crashed into the ceiling of the underground palace and fell to the ground. Miserable shrieks rang out from their mouth. Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan turned their heads to look at them and discovered that their feet were badly mangled, as if they were on the verge of collapsing. Bang! The old man in the middle of the thatched hut reacted quickly. He chopped off the feet of the 2 old men with 2-hand blade. He had personally experienced the invasion of the blood-red soil. It was too powerful. If he didn't decisively cut off his feet, his primordial spirit would be injured and he would die a miserable death. What's going on? After calming down, the 2 old men endured the pain that spread throughout their bodies and asked in confusion. "You 2 are too reckless," said the old man in the middle of the thatched hut. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan finally spoke. "Those 2 footprints are very strange. They're suppressing the power of the blood-red soil. The 2 of you stepped on each of the footprints, so you must have activated the seal and released the power of the soil." The 2 old men's faces paled. Fang Chen nodded. "It doesn't matter who left these 2 footprints. At present, the 2 of you don't have the strength to resist the invasion of the blood-red soil with your physical strength." Although his words were unpleasant to the ears, they were the truth. Even the old man in the middle of the thatched hut had been affected by the blood-red soil. If Fang Chen hadn't stepped forward at the critical moment and resisted with his physical strength, they wouldn't have been able to enter the underground palace. However, entering the underground palace made the flames in their hearts burn even more fiercely. After waiting for countless years, the most crucial moment had finally arrived. They lost their minds and were immersed in the joy of obtaining the ghost artifact. However, they neglected the terrifying nature of the underground palace. "Then what should we do? We can't keep waiting here, right?" asked the old man in the middle of the thatched hut. In fact, the old man in the middle of the thatched hut was filled with helplessness when he said this. He was a peak Saint Realm expert. No matter which era he was in, he could suppress his peers. But now, he was in such a state. Now, he kept a respectful distance from the blood-red soil. He laughed self-deprecatingly and put away his arrogance. He lowered his status and seriously asked Fong Chen for advice. This was because he knew that the latter was an expert who had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Although he looked young, his combat strength was actually above the 9th level of the Saint Realm. If there was one person present who could break out of this situation, it would be Fong Chen. Fong Chen pondered for a moment and carefully observed the depth of the footprints. Then he said, "You've just activated the power of the seal and released part of it. If you continue to guide it and release it bit by bit, it won't be long before I can resist it with my physical body." "What do you mean?" The old man in the middle of the thatched hut was stunned. In just a single attempt, the two old men had already lost a foot each. Who would dare to give it a try? Brother Fong, do you have any ideas?" Elder Jia Yuan asked. He knew that since Fong Chen said so, he must have a solution. Otherwise, he wouldn't say it so casually. As expected, Fong Chen nodded and said, "The power under the deep footprints is very strong. I'll step on it while you two take turns stepping on the shallow footprints. Every time you step on the shallow footprints, the power will be released. At that time, you two will quickly leave the shallow footprints while I continue to step on the deep ones. The power will be absorbed by me, and you two will be able to escape unscathed. Then, won't you?" Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. "Don't worry. The power released in one go isn't strong. My physical body can withstand it," Fong Chen said with a smile, full of confidence. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan hesitated. The expression of the old man in the straw hut in the middle was solemn as he cupped his hands together and thanked Fong Chen. This old man is unable to repay young friend Fong's great kindness. Once this matter is over, if the three of us are still alive, young friend Fong can feel free to call the three of us if you need us. Chapter 3954. Strictly speaking, by doing this, Fong Chen had shifted all the danger to himself. The three old men sighed. They didn't expect such a young human cultivator to have such courage. At least, they wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. From this, they could see that this kid's future was limitless. "Let's break the footprint first," Fong Chen said indifferently. He didn't take their promise to heart. He shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos Realm. In this long war, unless he reached the primal Chaos Supreme Realm, he couldn't save the Chaos Realm. Therefore, although the three old men were powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Realm, they were of no use in the battle of the Chaos Realm. Buzz! Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he came to the blood-red soil. He stepped on the deep footprint with his right foot without hesitation. Immediately, a strange power penetrated his foot and entered his body. Fortunately, he had the ultimate power and could easily block these strange auras. 10 rays of ultimate power filled Fong Chen's body, and his physical defense reached the limit. After he was ready, he nodded and said, "Okay, let's begin." Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan was the first to step forward. Even Fong Chen was so brave, what did he have to be afraid of? Not anymore. Fong Chen was a member of the Chaos Realm's great monarch's bloodline. Strictly speaking, they were of the same race. He looked at Fong Chen with a gratified expression. If he could continue to grow, he might become the leader of the Jialua clan in the future. Of course, this was a story for later. Buzz! When Elder Jia Yuan's foot landed on the shallow footprint, the deep and shallow footprints resonated with each other. The terrifying power within the blood-red soil crazily surged out like a wild horse, intending to launch the most ferocious attack on the two of them. At this moment, Fong Chen shouted, and Elder Jia Yuan understood. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated from the blood-red soil at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! Those terrifying powers were unable to lock onto Elder Jia Yuan. They could only turn around and charge at Fang Chen. Boom! Boom! A series of deafening noises echoed in the sky. Explosions continuously took place around Fang Chen, causing the space to distort as if it was going to collapse at any second. The three old men and Elder Jia Yuan stared at the figure on the blood-red soil with stern looks on their faces. If anything out of the ordinary happened, they would immediately make their move. However, when the ashes scattered, that figure was still standing there. Although the clothes on his body appeared to be in a sorry state, he was not injured in the slightest. It was blocked. Just by relying on his physical defense, he was able to block the terrifying power of the blood-red soil. This scene shocked the four of them. Wonderful! If this continues, it won't be long before we succeed. Elder Jia Yuan exclaimed excitedly. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage muttered, "Young friend Fang is the strongest person I have ever seen. He's too strong. To think that he could use this method to gradually weaken the power of the blood-red soil. He's really smart." The old man in the middle of the Xiao clan sighed. They had lived for countless years, and their brains were getting slower and slower. Especially when they were facing Fang Chen, they felt like they had lost their mind. "Sigh, it's the younger generation's world now," the old man on the right said. Then, the two of them began to focus on the process of reconstructing the sole of their feet. For experts like them, it was not too difficult to reconstruct the sole of their feet. After all, their origin was not completely damaged. However, the blood-red soil contained the terrifying power of the underworld. It would be troublesome to reconstruct a crippled foot. "Continue," Fang Chen said after slightly adjusting his state of mind. The old man in the middle of the thatched cottage had his legs gradually regrown. He stepped on the shallow footprint. Just like before, a vast power rushed out of the blood-red soil. After losing the target of the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage, all the power was directed at Fang Chen. Crack! With the experience from the first time, Fang Chen easily blocked the power attack this time. He could clearly feel that as time passed, the power of the blood-red soil was constantly weakening. According to his estimation, he should be able to completely remove the shallow footprint soon. In the following time, Elder Jia Yuan and the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage took turns working with Fang Chen. 3 days later, the old man in the middle of the thatched cottage had reconstructed his legs. Although the power was directed at Fang Chen, the aftershocks still injured his legs. He and Elder Jia Yuan began to rest. This was because the other two's feet were almost completely reconstructed. However, to be safe, they chose to use the other undamaged foot. Just like that, the two of them worked with Fang Chen for 3 days. When the 6th day arrived, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, which emitted a golden light. Boom, boom, boom. The blood-red soil suddenly exploded. Following that, the shallow footprint collapsed. Fang Chen seemed to sense a trace of danger approaching. Without hesitation, he left the deep footprint and retreated to the safe zone. Dong! The ground trembled. A terrifying power emerged from the blood-red soil and condensed into a ferocious face in the air. "You lowly martial artist," the ferocious face said disdainfully. "Humph, you dare to touch the soil of the underworld. You're courting death." Underworld. A creature of the underworld. Fang Chen and the others were shocked. Indeed, there was a creature of the underworld in the blood-red soil. However, they didn't know if it was just a will or if a creature of the underworld was really here. Instantly, the 5 of them looked serious. They all took a few steps back and stared at the ferocious face. "You're a creature of the underworld?" Elder Jia Yuan asked in a low voice. "Back then, if it weren't for the mercy of the underworld, your Jialoa clan would have been wiped out. Now your Jialoa clan is quite bold. You dare to reach into the underworld?" The ferocious face didn't answer Elder Jia Yuan's question, but it was obvious that he was a creature of the underworld. Slaughtering the city of despair and planting a curse that hadn't dissipated for hundreds of millions of years was the work of a creature of the underworld. Elder Jiayuan's heart sank. He thought of the prophecy of the clan's prophet. Could it be that the creatures of the underworld are a calamity for the Jialua clan? Elder Jiayuan was so nervous that he couldn't speak. The ferocious face looked at Fang Qin. He felt a terrifying power from the latter. He also sensed the auras of several old friends. "You're from the Chaos Realm?" the ferocious face asked. Chapter 39:55. What was certain was that this ferocious face was a being from the underworld. At this moment, he should be a spiritual body attached to the blood-red soil and suppressed by the footprint. Now that the footprint had been destroyed by Fang Qin using a special method, this spiritual body appeared. From the ferocious face's words, one could feel that the Jialua clan was also involved in the Great War back then and seemed to have some interactions with the underworld. Of course, Elder Jiayuan definitely didn't believe the ferocious face's words. After all, he knew very well how powerful his clan was. How could the underworld destroy them so easily? However, the ferocious face didn't seem interested in Elder Jiayuan. He turned to look at Fang Qin and his pupils shrank. Then he asked coldly, "You're from the Chaos Realm?" The hearts of Elder Jiayuan and the others trembled violently when they heard this. Could it be that a being from the underworld had also been to the Chaos Realm? That's right. Fang Qin nodded and admitted. There was no need to lie in front of the ferocious face. Haha! Are all the people in the Chaos Realm dead? They actually want a weakling like you to save them? The ferocious face said disdainfully. Obviously, from his words, the being from the underworld knew the situation in the Chaos Realm very well. Fang Qin frowned and thought seriously. What was going on? Could it be that the decline of the Chaos Realm back then had something to do with the being from the underworld? Why would such a powerful Chaos Realm decline to such an extent that it couldn't even produce a supremacy? What was the reason for all these mysteries? Although the Chaos Realm's greatest enemy was the Demon Devourer clan, at this moment, Fang Qin couldn't help but guess that the underworld had most likely dealt a fatal blow to the Chaos Realm back then. Seeing that Fang Qin didn't speak, the ferocious face continued, "I know why you're here. Unfortunately, your wish won't come true. Because with him guarding this place, the ghost artifact couldn't be taken away by outsiders. I've been here for countless years to protect the ghost artifact. It belongs to the underworld, and no one has the right to touch it," the ferocious face said in a deep voice. Back then, the entrance to the underworld had been destroyed by the space-time turbulence, causing the ghost artifact to be unable to return to the underworld. Therefore, his spiritual body had been guarding this place all this time. Ghost artifacts were from the underworld. Anyone who dared to covet the ghost artifact was provoking the underworld. Needless to say, the consequences of provoking the abyssal underworld were obvious. Back then, Despair City was the best example. "I don't want to start a massacre. You'd better leave this place before I get angry," the ferocious face threatened. The three old men looked at each other before their eyes finally fell on Fang Qin. Unknowingly, Fang Qin had become the leader of the five people. At this critical moment, they were also asking for Fang Qin's opinion. The ultimate power within Fang Qin's body suddenly started to stir. He let out a soft gasp as his pitch-black eyes emitted a scorching light. This light pierced through the malevolent face and allowed him to see its true face. "I see." Fang Qin suddenly understood. Previously, when he heard that the malevolent face came from the chaotic realm, he had been in deep thought and had no time to observe the malevolent face. Just now, when the ultimate power stirred, he activated his primordial spirit that was close to the Tao manifestation level to observe the malevolent face. He was shocked to find that the latter was not even a spiritual body. It was just a remnant consciousness. Remnant consciousness, thinking of this, Fang Qin sneered. After all these years, he had gone through a lot. A mere remnant consciousness of the underworld wanted to scare him? It was ridiculous. "What are you laughing at?" The malevolent face realized that Fang Chen was mocking it and was instantly enraged. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as its voice fell, scorching energy surged around the ferocious face. In the next instant, the entire blood-red soil seemed to want to refine the entire underground palace. The temperature rose rapidly, and soon, Elder Jia Yuan and the others were shocked. "Oh no!" Elder Jia Yuan shouted, reminding Fang Chen to be careful. However, Fang Chen stood there motionlessly with his hands behind his back. The mocking smile on his face was even more obvious. "You're just a remnant consciousness. You want to scare me away?" Hearing this, the malevolent face was stunned for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. The blood-red soil burned crazily, and its aura was terrifying. However, Fang Chen exposed the malevolent face's secret. It wanted to pretend to be a spiritual body to scare everyone away. Who would have thought that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had already reached an extremely high level? One step further and it would be the legendary Tao manifestation level. He could see through its essence with one glance, making it impossible for it to hide. "What?" Elder Jia Yuan and the others were shocked. At this moment, Fang Chen rushed forward and activated 10 ultimate powers, performing an ultimate sword technique. A terrifying sword light pierced through the sky. Crack! Ray after ray of sword light rushed into the blood-red soil. The malevolent face roared angrily. "Lowly human, stupid ant, you dare to provoke the underworld? You're courting death." Although it appeared to be angry, it was unable to resist Fang Chen's ultimate sword technique. Crack! The blood-red soil blocked most of the sword light, but a few sword lights still passed through the soil and arrived in front of the malevolent face. Poochie! These sword lights contained ultimate power and instantly pierced through the malevolent face. The latter had almost no power to resist. It let out a miserable cry, and its face was very unstable. It swayed and could collapse at any time. "You're courting death." The malevolent face was extremely angry, but it was helpless against Fang Chen. Elder Jia Yuan and the 3 elders were surprised. What was going on? They clearly felt that the malevolent face had the power to destroy the world, so why couldn't it resist Fang Chen's attack? It's just a remnant consciousness, and it was suppressed by the footprints. Its power has already collapsed, and it has been struggling at death's door, trying to scare us off with its identity of the underworld. Fang Chen revealed the truth. Hearing this, Elder Jia Yuan and the others were enlightened. So that's how it was. They were almost fooled, but it also showed how much fear the underworld had in their hearts. The malevolent face roared angrily, but it was useless. The ultimate sword light pierced its face, and it kept flickering and quickly dissipating. "You will regret it. Those who provoke the underworld are destined to die." As the last words fell, the malevolent face completely collapsed, turning into specks of starlight and falling into the sea of fire, completely disappearing. At this moment, the blood-red soil gradually returned to normal. The flames disappeared, and so did the footprints. This meant that the seal of the blood-red soil had been completely removed, and the malevolent face's remnant consciousness would no longer cause trouble. They could find the ghost artifact without any obstruction. Chapter 3956. What was the consequence of provoking the underworld? Everyone immediately thought of the City of Despair. Back then, it had been so prosperous with so many strong cultivators, but it had still been slaughtered by the underworld creature. Furthermore, a curse had been placed on them. Even after countless years, it had not been lifted. If it wasn't for the fact that Fang Chen, Elder Jia Yuan and Princess Huang possessed the 3 strongest bloodlines in the world, it would have been impossible for them to remove the curse. After breaking the curse with great difficulty, they found a crack in the blood-red soil and came to the underground palace. However, they encountered the remnant consciousness of the underworld creature. Whoosh! Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the blood-red soil in the corner. The 3 elders' expressions changed unpredictably. Apparently, they were all frightened by the last threat of the underworld creature. Offending the underworld wouldn't end well. Fortunately, it's just a remnant consciousness. Elder Jia Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was so powerful that it could see through the essence of the underworld creature and destroy it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act rashly. As for the threat of the underworld creature, he wasn't afraid at all. What kind of joke was this? He was an elder of the Jialua clan. The Jialua clan was one of the most powerful clans in the world. They were on par with the primitive clans and had stood in the river of time for countless years. How could they be frightened by a mere underworld creature? Of course, it was impossible for him not to be worried. However, he was most concerned about the ghost artifact hidden in the blood-red soil at the moment. Whether the ghost artifact, which had attracted countless strong cultivators, really existed was the key to becoming a supreme. Be careful, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then, he walked toward the blood-red soil with a sharp sword in his hand. Although the remnant consciousness of the underworld creature had completely dissipated, Fang Chen didn't let his guard down. After all, the blood-red soil was the soil of the underworld, and Supreme Fujian had been here before. He had been wondering whether Supreme Fujian had succeeded or not. Whoosh! When he got close to the blood-red soil, he realized that there were strange auras emerging from the soil. These auras were the same as the hideous face from before. The aura of the underworld. Elder Jia Yuan was shocked. He quickly came to Fang Chen's side as if he was facing a great enemy. After the three elders recovered from their shock, they quickly entered battle mode. They stood in a triangular formation behind Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan, ready to attack. I can sense an extremely evil aura, Fang Chen said softly. If his guess was correct, that aura should be the legendary ghost artifact. After entering the death cliff for such a long time, was he finally going to obtain a ghost artifact? Without hesitation, Fang Chen waved his hand. Immediately, the sharp sword in his hand slashed through the sky, releasing a terrifying sword chi that condensed into a resplendent sword light. The ultimate sword light slashed at the blood-red soil, causing it to splatter everywhere. At the same time, a deafening sound rang out. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's sharp sword hacked down and the blood-red soil collapsed with a rumbling sound. Immediately after, everyone saw a dark battle blade gradually imprinted itself into their eyes. This saber was stuck in the blood-red soil. There were complicated black patterns on the saber's hilt, which were identical to the ferocious face. At the same time, Fang Chen discovered that the saber's blade was filled with a monstrous demonic aura that could drive people crazy. It was a demonic saber through and through. Is this a ghost artifact? Fang Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Even through the blood-red soil, he could feel the terrifying aura of this battle saber. If one's mind was not firm enough, and if one's primordial spirit was not strong enough, one would probably be instantly devoured by the battle saber. It's too scary. Fang Chen's powerful primordial spirit was instantly activated. His vast divine sense covered his entire body. He tried to use the sharp sword in his hand to touch the battle saber. However, at the moment of contact, the sharp sword instantly shattered. The battle saber remained motionless, but a terrifying saber hum could be heard. Ghost artifact! The moment the three old men saw the saber, they exclaimed. They were in a state of madness, and had been in a deep sleep for countless years. Now that they had awakened, they were looking for the opportunity to reach the supremacy realm. However, they had placed all their hopes on the ghost artifact. It was rumored that the ghost artifact didn't belong to the Ghost Emperor, but was an item from the underworld. It contained the secret to reaching the supremacy realm. Whoever obtained the ghost artifact would have a chance to reach the supremacy realm. The three old men's eyes were burning as their bodies uncontrollably rushed toward the blood-red soil. At this moment, the ghost artifact emitted black ripples that entered their bodies. In an instant, The three old men's primordial spirits were suppressed, and they were gradually losing their mind. Retreat! Fang Chen shouted loudly and forced the three of them back with a palm strike. When the three old men retreated from the blood-red soil, they suddenly woke up. Their hearts were filled with shock and fear. At the same time, they quickly dispelled the evil energy in their bodies. Even Elder Jia Yuan was moved by this scene. The ghost artifact is even more evil than the legends say, Elder Jia Yuan said in a deep voice. He had heard the experts in the clan mention the ghost artifact before. At that time, the ghost artifact wasn't as evil as it was now. Why did it make him feel afraid now? The primordial spirits and blood of the people who were slaughtered in Despair City were all absorbed by the ghost artifact, Fang Chen said coldly. He could clearly feel that there were thousands of resentful spirits calling out from within the ghost artifact. They struggled with all their might but were mercilessly suppressed by the ghost artifact. You're saying that the ghost artifact is using the vengeful spirits and blood in Despair City to strengthen itself? Elder Jia Yuan was puzzled. Fang Chen nodded. The ghost artifact had a spirit. It was an item from the underworld and naturally wanted to return to the underworld. However, the passage between the underworld, the Chaos Realm, and the Origin Realm was difficult to open. It seemed that even the underworld was wary of it. Therefore, the ghost artifact wanted to strengthen itself and become even more evil. It had become a synonym for evil. Then what should we do now? Now that they had found the ghost artifact but couldn't do anything about it, this gave Elder Jia Yuan a headache. They couldn't just watch as the ghost artifact was stuck here and they returned empty-handed, right? They had already broken the curse on Despair City. If the ghost artifact appeared, it would definitely go on a killing spree. At that time, not only would the Origin Realm suffer, but it might even affect the Chaos Realm. Fang Chen had also thought of using the ghost artifact to massacre the Origin Realm and reduce the number of enemies in the Chaos Realm. However, he rejected this idea. Before he made a decision, he would never do such a dangerous thing. Once the ghost artifact rushed into the Chaos Realm, it would bring irreparable damage to the Chaos Realm. It might even cause the Chaos Realm to be destroyed prematurely. If that was the case, all his efforts would be for naught. Chapter 3957. Although the underworld's most ferocious creatures had been through the baptism of time, they still contained a terrifying aura of jealousy. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand it. Only Fang Chen's primordial spirit, which was close to the Tao manifestation level, could withstand it. Although the three elders were ancient experts who had just awakened not long ago, their primordial spirits were far inferior to Fang Chen's. Primordial spirits that were close to the Tao manifestation level were also divided into three grades. Among them, the basic grade was the first grade, the middle grade was the second grade, and the supreme grade was the third grade. The elder in the middle cottage had a primordial spirit that was at the middle grade of the second grade. However, the other two elders' primordial spirits were weaker and were only at the basic grade of the first grade. Elder Jia Yuan's primordial spirit was the same as the elder in the middle cottage. Only Fang Chen's primordial spirit was at the terrifying supreme grade. He was only one step away from the Tao manifestation level. As for how strong a primordial spirit of the Tao condensation realm was, no one present would know. All of you back off. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen finally decided to try using his supreme grade primordial spirit to see if he could activate the ghost artifact. As long as he could activate it and suppress the evil aura within, he would be able to control it. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Be careful. This ferocious creature contains the evil aura of the underworld. It will corrode your primordial spirit, Elder Jia Yuan warned. Fang Chen nodded and then carefully approached the blood-red soil. In the middle of it was a war blade filled with demonic aura. The war blade was covered with complicated patterns. Although Fang Chen could not understand these patterns, he could guess that they came from the mysterious underworld. Are these the patterns of the underworld? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Then, he tried to reach out his hand to touch the handle of the war blade. However, just as his palm touched the hilt of the saber, a monstrous demonic aura immediately enveloped his palm. Furthermore, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly surged into his mind. In that instant, Fang Chen's body trembled violently. His entire body seemed to be swaying. His mind was shaking violently, and even his primordial spirit was trembling. Fortunately, his transcendent-grade primordial spirit finally stabilized after a series of changes. Fang Chen raised his eyelids and suddenly gripped the hilt of his saber tightly, trying to pull it out. However, at this moment, he encountered a problem. The war blade seemed to be firmly embedded in the blood-red soil. No matter how much power he used, he could not pull it out. At this moment, he was in a predicament. Reality proved that the transcendent-grade primordial spirit could indeed resist the invasion of the demonic aura inside the ghost weapon, but he could not pull it out. What should we do? Fang Chen's eyes darted around as he tried to think of a solution. Elder Jia Yuan and the other 3 elders were also very anxious. They paced back and forth, unable to come up with a solution. Let's fight. As time passed, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the power in his body was being absorbed by the ghost artifact. If this continued, the ghost artifact would become stronger and stronger, while his own power would become weaker and weaker until he was completely devoured by the ghost artifact. He was running out of time. He could only fight. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen released the 10 strands of ultimate strength in his body. The vast power intertwined and surrounded Fang Chen's body. Ultimate strength was one of the strongest powers in the world. It was also the most important part of the cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Fang Chen had worked so hard for so long, but he had only managed to condense 10 strands of ultimate strength. It was not an exaggeration to say that the 10 strands of ultimate strength in his body were his strongest trump card. At this moment, he fully activated the 10 strands of ultimate strength and even merged them into one. Boom! This thick and solid ultimate power was like a swimming dragon, circling above the blood-red soil. In the end, it let out a deafening sound, and with an unparalleled momentum, it crushed the baleful aura and circled around the war blade. Success! Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. The merged ultimate strength surrounded the war blade. This also meant that the war blade would not be able to break free in a short period of time. How can I completely control it? If he could not completely control the ghost item, when it broke free from the restraints of the ultimate strength, he would definitely be killed. Before he had absolute confidence, Fang Chen did not dare to try. Time passed bit by bit. The sky above Despair City was filled with dark clouds. From time to time, cries could be heard, as if crying. At the same time, the core area had also undergone a huge change. Jia Jiu was shocked to find that some of the reincarnation paths had started to crack, and some had even collapsed. The collapse of the reincarnation paths was definitely a big deal for the Jialua clan. What's going on? Jia Jiu immediately investigated, and soon he was completely shocked. The collapsed reincarnation paths were all close to Despair City. The ones that had cracks were slightly further away. In short, the changes in the reincarnation paths were definitely related to Despair City. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, "Have they started?" He knew that by causing the collapse of the reincarnation paths, Despair City would definitely turn into a bloody hell. He just did not know if Elder Jia Yuan and Fang Chen could escape unscathed. "I hope you're all right," Jia Jiu prayed in his heart. Apart from that, the huge death cliff also welcomed the biggest crisis in history. All the demon clan members prostrated themselves on the ground, their hearts filled with fear. Their bodies trembled as if they were facing a great enemy. And those ancient awakened experts seemed to have realized something, and they all hid. A layer of ripples gradually spread out in the quiet Soul River. One could vaguely see a beautiful figure under the Soul River, as if it had existed since ancient times. Those who wanted to enter the Soul River to investigate suddenly changed their expressions and retreated. The entire death cliff seemed to have come to an end. However, they would never have dreamed that all of this was caused by Fang Chen. Deep in the cave of the slaying dragon, White Ape looked into the distance with a complicated expression. The primitive clans had given a clear order that no one was allowed to participate in the fight for the ghost item. It seemed that the fight for the ghost item was a trial for Fang Chen. However, the price for this trial was a bit too high. Suddenly, White Ape was shocked to discover something. Billions of miles away from the cave of dragon slaying, the Ghost Palace's territory was shaken by dark clouds, and a terrifying aura constantly spread out. The surrounding forces were shocked. The legend of the Ghost Palace? White Ape's expression was complicated. The phenomenon of the Ghost Palace reminded him of the underworld. Thinking of the ghost item in the Death Cliff, he was even more convinced that the Ghost Palace and the underworld had a mysterious connection. Chapter 3958. Fang Chen used his ultimate power to temporarily suppress the saber, but he couldn't completely control it. After all, it was a ferocious item from the underworld. It contained a monstrous aura that ordinary people couldn't get close to. He had to rely on his ultimate power to barely touch it. What should I do? Fang Chen had been thinking about how to completely control the saber. He didn't realize that the appearance of the ghost weapon had changed the world. How can we help you? Elder Jiayuan asked. They were also anxious. If they couldn't control the ghost weapon for a long time, they would definitely be attacked by it. When that happened, even with Fang Chen's strength, it would be difficult to stop it. Boom! At this moment, cracks appeared on the 10 ultimate forces that were revolving around the ghost artifact. There seemed to be a violent demonic aura within these cracks that wanted to break through the restraints. Not good. Fang Chen shouted in his heart. He spread out his hands and fully activated the ultimate power in his body. 10 thick ultimate power burst out with a dazzling light. Crack! The ultimate power collided with the ghost weapon's ferocious aura. The two different powers collided violently with a deafening sound. The entire world seemed to be about to collapse. The faces of Elder Jiayuan and the other 3 elders were extremely serious. They even stopped breathing. They were extremely nervous. Condense! Fang Chen shouted. At this moment, his primordial spirit trembled in his mind. He released his consciousness violently and raised his soul Dao power to the maximum to stop the invasion of the ghost weapon's ferocious aura. Dong dong dong! Seeing that the 10 ultimate powers couldn't stop the ghost weapon's ferocious aura, suddenly, beams of golden light shot out from Fang Chen's mind. Fang Chen was stunned. Then, he was overjoyed. The primordial spirit that had troubled him for a long time was actually merging with the Dao at this moment. Is it Dao manifestation? Fang Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. Dao manifestation of the primordial spirit was something that only existed in legends. Since ancient times, there had been countless experts who wanted to reach the level of Dao manifestation of the primordial spirit in the Soul Dao, but they had all failed. Who would have thought that his primordial spirit would actually begin the Dao integration process under the pressure of the underworld's most ferocious beings? 1. His primordial spirit turned into a dazzling ball of light as the power of heaven and earth surged into it. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and put his palms together in front of his chest. He closed his eyes. The 10 ultimate forces bound the ghost weapon tightly. After sensing the terrifying power shooting out from Fang Chen's primordial spirit, the ghost weapon's struggle seemed to weaken a lot. Dao manifestation was publicly acknowledged as the highest realm of the Soul Dao. It was also the final transformation of the primordial spirit. Before this, Fang Chen's primordial spirit had already reached the critical point of Dao manifestation. However, he had been unable to reach Dao integration. The biggest problem was that the heavenly Tao had been damaged during the Age of Chaos, and there was not enough power to support the primordial spirit Tao integration. This time, it was also a coincidence that he was able to use this opportunity to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm under the pressure of the underworld's most ferocious beings. The four people who were originally very anxious were stunned when they saw Fang Chen's strange actions. What's going on? Why did he suddenly start cultivating? Elder Xiao asked curiously. His body seems to be filled with a very strong soul Tao power. Could it be that his primordial spirit has broken through? The elder on the right said. The elder in the straw hut in the middle was shocked. Was this the primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm? Just now, his primordial spirit was attacked by a strong ferocious aura. It seemed to have broken through his bottleneck. He's using this opportunity to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm, Elder Jiyuan said. His voice was filled with shock. After cultivating for countless years, he actually saw an expert who had condensed his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm with his own eyes and right in front of him. Most importantly, wasn't he too daring? He actually dared to use the ferocious aura of the underworld's most ferocious beings to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm. The slightest mistake would cause his primordial spirit to be destroyed and his primordial spirit to be destroyed. This was an extremely dangerous action. Only Fang Chen, who was skilled and daring, would dare to do this. Of course, if this succeeded, the benefits would be great. After all, condensing one's primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm was something that everyone could only dream of. Elder Jiyuan's figure flashed, and he stepped forward to stand in front of Fang Chen. He looked around vigilantly and entered a state of battle readiness. He would protect Fang Chen and would not allow anyone to cause trouble. The three elders looked at each other with complicated expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. The Jialua clan's base. Jia Jiu was worried about Fang Chen and Elder Jiyuan in the City of Despair when he received a message from the latter. What? After hearing this, Jia Jiu jumped up. His eyes widened in disbelief. It took him a long time to digest this shocking news. Brother Fang is using the murderous aura in the ghost artifact to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm? He shook his head forcefully, as if he was dreaming. Is there any news about Fang Chen? Princess Huang appeared behind Jiajiu without him noticing. These days, she had been recuperating and had already woken up. However, her injuries were too severe, and she could not fully recover for the time being. She could only stay in the Jialua clan's camp to recuperate. However, she had not been idle. She had been urging Jiajiu to find out more about Fang Chen. Brother Fang is fine for the time being. Jiajiu glanced at Princess Huang and said. In the beginning, when Fang Chen and the others entered the underground palace, due to the natural barrier, their communication tools did not work. During this time, Elder Jiyuan had been trying to contact the outside world. Finally, when Fang Chen was trying to condense his primordial spirit Tao manifestation realm, his powerful aura broke through the natural barrier. Only then did Elder Jiyuan send out the news. Did something happen? Princess Huang caught the flickering light in Jiajiu's eyes. Her intuition told her that Fang Chen must have encountered some difficulties in the City of Despair. They have already found the ghost weapon, but they can't control it. Jiajiu told Princess Huang the details of the situation. A ferocious item from the underworld? Princess Huang was very anxious. Then isn't he in danger? Using the ferocious aura of a ferocious item to condense one's primordial spirit was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If not for the fact that he had no other choice, Fang Chen would not have been willing to make such a difficult decision under such circumstances. Jiajiu shrugged. At this point, all he could do was pray that Fang Chen was safe. As for the City of Despair, Elder Jiyuan would do his best to protect Fang Chen. As for whether he could successfully condense his primordial spirit, It was all up to the heavens. After all, in the age of chaos, no one had successfully condensed their primordial spirit Tao. It was even difficult to get infinitely close to the level of primordial spirit Tao manifestation. Fang Chen was the first person to attempt to condense his primordial spirit after so many years. Of course, there were two sides to every coin. Thinking that Fang Chen was the only person who had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, Jiaju felt an inexplicable sense of confidence. The Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3959. Unification of the Way. The ultimate realm of the Way of the Soul was the unification of the Way. This realm was known as the manifestation of the Way. It could be understood from the literal meaning that the primordial spirit contained thousands of changes in the world, but it could not be effectively condensed together, which greatly reduced the strength of the primordial spirit. Therefore, there was the manifestation of the Way. The manifestation of the Way was also known as the unification of the Way. It was too difficult to step into this realm. At least in the Age of Doom, no one had been able to manifest the Way with the primordial spirit. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had been infinitely close to the manifestation of the Way for a long time. This time, it was stimulated by the ghost artifact in the blood-red soil and began the unification of the Way. Perhaps even he did not expect that the murderous aura emitted by the underworld's ferocious objects could help him manifest the Way. The process of manifestation of the Way was very slow. In the beginning, Fang Chen was still conscious, but when he entered the later stage of the manifestation of the Way, he gradually fell into a daze, as if he had lost his mind. His eyelids drooped and he could not open them. He sat cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by 10 ultimate powers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The murderous aura constantly rushed into his mind. Perhaps it was necessary for the manifestation of the Way, but the ultimate powers no longer blocked the invasion of the murderous aura. They only did their best to protect his body from being eroded by the murderous aura. In this way, all the murderous aura rushed into his mind and fought fiercely with his primordial spirit. At this moment, in his mind, the primordial spirit gradually changed. Fang Chen seemed to have fallen into 100 reincarnations, and countless scenes of the past flashed through his mind. However, every scene would be changed by the primordial spirit and become more realistic. If one observed carefully, they would discover that the power of heaven and earth in every scene that flashed through would undergo a transformation. It was only then that Fang Chen understood. It turned out that the so-called manifestation of the Way was to transform the power of heaven and earth in every scene in the past, and then condense all the power of heaven and earth with the primordial spirit as the center and completely integrate it into the primordial spirit. Allowing the primordial spirit to merge with the heaven and earth was the legendary manifestation of the Way. Is that so? Fang Chen, who was lost in thought, uttered these words. Soon after, darkness fell and dawn arrived. The memories gradually disappeared into the river of history. Golden light flickered in Fang Chen's mind. The terrifying power of the Soul Tao grew stronger and stronger as time passed, until his entire body was enveloped. What happened? Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed drastically. Although he had heard of the primordial spirit manifestation Tao, he had never seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, he was a little worried when he saw Fang Chen's current situation. He was afraid that something would happen to him. At the same time, his primordial spirit and body were trembling. This fear came from the depths of his bloodline, from the depths of his origin spirit. His eyes widened as he stared fixedly at Fang Chen. Could this be the terrifying pressure of the legendary primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm? After all, the 3 elders had been in slumber for a very long time. They knew more than Elder Jia Yuan. When they saw the golden light around Fang Chen and felt the terrifying suppression from the depths of his primordial spirit, they understood. From now on, there would be one more primordial spirit manifestation expert in the world. I can't believe that I would be able to witness someone's primordial spirit manifestation Tao with my own eyes. Elder Xiu's voice was a little hoarse as he lamented in his heart. The elder on the right also curled his lip. Fortunately, we didn't make an enemy of him. Otherwise, he didn't finish his sentence, but the three of them knew that if they were Fang Chen's enemies, they would be thinking about how to escape alive. Primordial Spirit Manifestation Tao. The elder in the middle of the thatched hut trembled. In the martial cultivation world, everyone's ultimate dream was to step into the legendary primordial spirit stage. However, most people couldn't step into it their entire lives. There were also many who fell in pursuit of their dreams. However, at this moment, he saw a glimmer of hope. The first step into the primordial spirit manifestation Tao was the primordial spirit manifestation Tao. In other words, if one's primordial spirit manifestation Tao was able to step into the primordial spirit manifestation Tao, no one could understand how complicated the hearts of the three elders were. They had tasted all the joys and sorrows of the world just to pursue a dream, but they couldn't succeed. After a long time, the elder in the middle of the thatched hut said slowly, "Sigh, maybe we're really old." Buzz. Golden light shone in all directions, illuminating the entire underground palace. Even the blood-red soil instantly turned into nothingness. A pitch-black saber was imprinted in the eyes of the four of them. This was a ferocious item of the underworld. It was also a ghost weapon that was famous in the world. Roar. Countless roars came from the saber as if it wanted to break out of the shackles of heaven and earth. However, the power of the golden light became stronger and stronger. In the end, it directly covered it. Fang Chen's entire body underwent a tremendous change. When all the scenes in his mind disappeared, the power of heaven and earth merged together to form a brand new force that merged with his primordial spirit. It was also at this moment a strange thing happened. The primordial spirit after the Tao manifestation Tao actually gradually disintegrated and dissipated until it disappeared. If ordinary people saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. However, Fang Chen had already woken up and he already knew all the information about the primordial spirit Tao manifestation Tao. I see. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The so-called primordial spirit Tao manifestation Tao ultimately allowed the primordial spirit to merge with one's flesh and blood. His entire body could become the primordial spirit. As long as there was a drop of blood or a piece of bone, he would be indestructible. This was the ultimate mystery of the primordial spirit Tao manifestation Tao. Buzz. The primordial spirit disintegrated and completely merged with his body. The golden light between heaven and earth surged crazily and finally appeared around the ferocious item of the underworld. Kacha. Fang Chen stood up and felt refreshed. Every drop of blood and every piece of flesh in his body was closely related to the primordial spirit. Furthermore, the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm continued to nourish his body. No wonder so many people want to step into the chaotic supremacy realm. Fang Chen grinned. When a warrior stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm, his body would become one with heaven and earth. Every mountain, every piece of land, every flower and tree in the world could become the primordial spirit. That was true eternity and indestructibility. Of course, eternity and indestructibility were relative. Otherwise, why would those supremacy experts of the ancient civilization die? After being in the origin world for so long, I've finally taken the first step. Fang Chen shook his head and threw away the messy thoughts in his mind as he said with a smile. Taking the first step meant that the Supreme Sovereign's strategy was successful. Next, he would definitely take the second and third step until he stepped into the chaotic supremacy realm. Thinking about it this way, his mission didn't seem to be a death sentence. At least, there was a chance of survival. The Primordial Sword Sovereign. Chapter 3960. After successfully condensing his primordial spirit, Fang Chen's body underwent a qualitative change. Now, he was truly qualified to break through to the chaotic supreme realm like those geniuses from the ancient civilization. Now, he could be considered a top expert even among the 10th level true saints. He could even step into the 11th level true saints at any time. Of course, these were all matters for the future. What he needed to do now was to control the ghost artifact of the underworld. 1. When the murderous aura around the ghost artifact dissipated, a pitch-black battle saber came into view. Fang Chen stood up and slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the pitch-black saber, and all the rust fell off. A peerless battle saber appeared. Boom! Boom! The moment Fang Chen grabbed the ghost artifact, the entire underground palace shook violently, and debris flew everywhere. Seeing that the situation was not right, Fang Chen leaped up and flew out of Despair City. Not good, this place is going to collapse. Elder Jia Yuan followed closely behind and ran out. Rumble! When the 5 of them walked out, the underground palace collapsed and turned into ruins. The entire city of despair seemed to be trembling. However, the resentment floating in the air above the city of despair was even more so. They used to live happily here. However, the creatures of the underworld descended and started a massacre, killing them all. Now that the ghost artifact had appeared, the blood-red soil had completely collapsed, and all traces of the underworld had disappeared from Despair City. Despair City gradually returned to its original state, and the resentful spirits that had died floated in the air, letting out waves of mournful wails. After a long time, Despair City calmed down. Many resentful spirits surrounded Fang Chen, as if they were begging him to help them take revenge. Don't worry, if I'm strong enough, I will definitely help you take revenge, Fang Chen said softly. Instantly, countless resentful spirits scattered, and traces of energy merged together, forming a huge light pillar that drilled into Fang Chen's body. They used the last trace of energy to help Fang Chen increase his strength. After that, the resentful spirits completely disappeared, and weeds grew on the ground of Despair City. The atmosphere was still heavy. Fang Chen held the ghost artifact in his hand, and he could feel the complicated patterns contained within it. No wonder so many people want to snatch the ghost artifact. If I can fully comprehend it, I might be able to touch the threshold of the Venerable realm. Is this the ghost artifact? Elder Jiayuan hurried over and looked at the battle saber in Fang Chen's hand. Fang Chen nodded. This was the legendary ghost artifact. The other 3 old men exchanged glances with each other. In the end, they gave up on the idea of competing for the ghost artifact. When they first formed an alliance, they did have the same idea. They wanted to use Fang Chen's 10th Order True Saint Realm battle prowess to pave the way for them. When the ghost artifact appeared, the 3 of them would use their joint attack formation to ambush Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan and snatch the ghost artifact. However, they had experienced too much along the way. The battle prowess that Fang Chen had displayed was simply too powerful. What they feared about the blood-red soil, Fang Chen was able to resist it with his physical body. What they feared about the ghost artifact's murderous aura actually helped Fang Chen condense his primordial spirit successfully. How could they snatch it? After successfully condensing his primordial spirit, Fang Chen's battle prowess soared. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that just in terms of primordial spirit, Fang Chen alone could beat all of them. Not to mention, his battle prowess was also abnormally strong. Even if the 3 of them used a joint attack formation, they had no chance of winning. Moreover, Fang Chen had a helper, the Jiayuan clan's elder Jiayuan. If they forced the latter into a corner, it was hard to say what would happen. AI. The 3 elders sighed. The elder in the straw hut in the middle sorted out his emotions and looked at Fang Chen. He cupped his fists and congratulated. Congratulations on obtaining the ghost artifact. In the future, you will definitely reach the Venerable realm. We're old. Now, the world belongs to you youngsters. Elder Xiao rarely said that he was old, and rarely praised youngsters. It was enough to see that Fang Chen had really surprised him. Little friend Fang has helped us many times and saved us 3 old men. If there's anything you need us for in the future, don't hesitate to ask, the elder on the right said. Although they were old, they were at least experts at the peak of the Saint Realm. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Jia Yuan was also very happy. Let's go. We should go back. With the ghost artifact in hand, the journey to the Cliff of Death should also come to an end. 1. The moment Fang Chen obtained the ghost artifact, the deathly aura that shrouded the Cliff of Death instantly disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. In the territory of the Ghost Manor, not far from the Flying Phoenix Manor, the black mist was even thicker, and angry voices could faintly be heard. No one was able to enter the Ghost Manor's territory. No one knew exactly what had happened inside, and no one knew where the Ghost Manor's palace master had gone. The surrounding manors had strictly prohibited anyone from getting close to the Ghost Manor. Ghost Manor, under the ground of a certain mountain range. A void gate could be vaguely seen. Behind the void gate, countless angry roars could be heard, and some conversations could be vaguely heard. How dare they touch the things of the underworld? After being dormant for countless years, it's time for the underworld to come out and let the world know that the underworld is an invincible existence. That ominous item is used to suppress the Cliff of Death. Someone has taken it away. This is a public declaration of war against the underworld. Kill them all! Whoa! The voices of the underworld came from behind the void gate. They were furious that the ominous item had been taken away. They gave the Ghost Manor Lord, the representative of the underworld in the origin world, a death order to find it at all costs and then capture it back to the underworld. I want to see who dares to touch the things of the underworld. Another deep voice came. The Ghost Manor Lord trembled in fear, nodding and bowing. After that, the void gate wiggled, and the Ghost Manor Lord appeared out of thin air. However, his voice had changed greatly. His aura was restrained, and he gave off an extremely ordinary feeling. But the more it was like this, the more frightening it was. I have returned. This was the first thing the Ghost Manor Lord said after returning from the underworld. Then, he waved his hands, and the black mist that had shrouded the territory of the Ghost Manor for a long time madly surged toward him. Soon, it entered his body. The people in the territory of the Ghost Manor were at a loss. Was it daybreak? The change in the Ghost Manor caused a commotion in the surrounding manors. They all sent experts to infiltrate the Ghost Manor to investigate, but without exception they all died. At the same time, the 4 great sacred lands issued a joint statement, ordering the devouring demon clan to unite and fight against foreign enemies. They seemed to have realized that a large number of outsiders had infiltrated the origin world. Chapter 3961. The once famous ghost artifact, also known as the underworld's most ferocious item, had finally fallen into Fang Chen's hands. Perhaps even he hadn't expected that he would encounter so many obstacles after entering the Death Cliff. Fortunately, he had overcome all the obstacles. What made him even more gratified was that he had mastered the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Moreover, he had also smoothly stepped into the 10th level of the Sage Realm. Now, he had obtained the underworld's most ferocious item. If he could completely refine it, his strength would rise to another level. He might even touch the legendary threshold of the Supremacy Realm. Of course, this was a story for later. What he needed to do now was to return to the Jialua clan's encampment and check on Princess Huang's injuries. The 2 of you, let's part ways here. The group of 5 sighed when they came out of Despair City and saw that it had returned to its original state. Not long ago, the curse of Despair City was still there. They had tried their best to barely enter. Who would have thought that they could walk out of it with their heads held high and obtain the legendary ghost artifact? However, The only thing that made the three elders regretful was that they had no hope of obtaining the ghost artifact. They could only look at it. At the same time, they deeply understood that even in the age of chaos, they could still cultivate and break through the shackles. Perhaps one day, with their efforts, they could step into the primal chaos supremacy realm. Everyone had to go crazy once in their life. Otherwise, they would have lived their lives in vain. From Fang Chen, they saw a lot of youthful drive. They, whose edges had been smoothed by time, wanted to break through again. Therefore, they parted ways with Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan outside Despair City. Let's part ways here. I hope we can meet again next time. The road to the Supremacy Realm is destined to be filled with corpses and blood, but we can't shrink back. Otherwise, we won't be able to touch that realm for the rest of our lives. The three elders sighed. Fang Chen and Elder Jia Yuan nodded slightly at the three of them. Everyone had the right to pursue their dreams. Age didn't matter. As long as they wanted to act, it was never too late. Even if they woke up after hundreds of millions of years, they could still work hard for their dreams. We'll meet again. Elder Jia Yuan cupped his fist. In fact, Elder Jia Yuan had thought of many possibilities when he first decided to cooperate with the three of them. However, during this period of time, Fang Chen's performance exceeded his expectations and completely intimidated the three old men. They didn't have any improper thoughts when facing the underworld's ferocious creatures. They even owed Fang Chen a favor. Now that Xiao Chen successfully obtained the abyssal underworld's most ferocious item, this matter could finally come to an end. However, Elder Jia Yuan became even more anxious. He could feel that the calamity of the Jialuo race hadn't completely arrived yet. He was worried. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the three old men had disappeared. Elder Jia Yuan forcefully shook his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He turned to Fang Chen and said, "Let's go back to the encampment." Within the Jialuo clan's territory, Jia Jiu and Princess Phoenix were already watching from afar. They were extremely anxious. Although he knew that Fang Chen had returned safely, he still felt like he was in an illusion until he saw the real person. Sha sha sha. Suddenly, the path of reincarnation shook. Jia Jiu's eyes shone with golden light as he shouted excitedly, "He's back!" As expected, as soon as his voice fell, a white light flashed in front of him. Then, two figures appeared out of thin air. Elder Jia Yuan, Brother Fang, Brother Jia Yuan. Jia Jiu shouted excitedly. Princess Phoenix stood behind him in a daze. The moment she saw Fang Chen, her eyes shone with tears. She was extremely emotional. The man who had been in her dreams had finally returned safely. "Sorry to have made you worry," Fang Chen said calmly. Elder Jia Yuan patted Jia Jiu and said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let the two of them talk alone." Then, he left the courtyard with Jia Jiu. The courtyard was abnormally quiet. Fallen leaves fell to the ground. After a long while, Princess Phoenix gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. A faint smile appeared on her fair face as she said softly, "It's good that you're back." Seeing Princess Phoenix's expression, Fang Chen sighed. Then, he shook his head and turned his back to her. He'd reincarnated into the origin world in order to save the living beings of the Chaos Realm, so it was impossible for him to fall in love. Moreover, he had a wife and 3 children, all of whom were waiting for him in the Chaos Realm. How could he do such an unjust thing? "Have you obtained the ghost artifact?" Princess Phoenix asked. Fang Chen nodded. He suddenly remembered that Princess Phoenix's master had instructed her to bring the ghost artifact back to the primordial tribe after obtaining it. He said, "The ghost artifact is a ferocious item in the underworld. It contains extremely terrifying power. I want to study it for a while before you bring it back to the primordial tribe. Is that okay?" "Of course," Princess Phoenix said with a smile. In the following time, Fang Chen stayed in the Jialuo tribe's encampment to study the ferocious item in the underworld. Princess Phoenix took good care of him by his side. They knew very well that the news of the appearance of the ghost artifact must have spread throughout the entire origin world. Once they left the Death Cliff, they would definitely be intercepted by countless people. Therefore, they first stayed in the Jalua tribe's encampment to study the mysteries of the ghost artifact. Then, they asked Princess Phoenix to contact her master and bring it back to the primordial tribe. During this period, in the Death Cliff, the Soul River that made people tremble in fear had also undergone a great change. When Fang Chun obtained the ferocious item from the abyssal underworld, the Spirit River, which had not moved at all, suddenly became restless. The water of the Spirit River spun wildly, forming a terrifying whirlpool. At the end of the whirlpool, there was a beautiful woman. Her fair skin was exposed in the Soul River, but there was a gray aura around her, shrouding her. Outsiders couldn't discover her existence at all. The strange movement of the Soul River also attracted countless experts to secretly observe. What's going on? The Soul River has been restless recently. Could it be because of the appearance of the ghost artifact? Wasn't the ghost artifact obtained by that mysterious expert? In the dark, countless voices were heard. Of course, the most shocking thing was that after the three old men walked out of the core area, they publicly declared that the mysterious expert who obtained the ghost artifact was their benefactor. If anyone dared to covet the ghost artifact and the mysterious expert, they would be enemies with the three of them. Many of the awakened experts knew these three people. After the news spread, everyone's expression changed drastically. Even these three people were protecting the mysterious expert who obtained the ghost artifact. Everyone was curious about who had obtained the ghost artifact. At the same time, they were also guessing how strong this person was. To be able to force these three old monsters to bow their heads, it was simply terrifying. There were different opinions and countless guesses. In the depths of the Soul River, the beautiful figure at the end of the whirlpool seemed to move slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 3962. Although Fang Chen had absorbed most of the fiendish aura from the underworld's great ferocious object, and he had also taken the opportunity to successfully condense his primordial spirit. However, it was still difficult to truly control it. After several days of research, Fang Chen found that there were a total of 3 problems in front of him. First, everything from the underworld was branded with the mark of the underworld, and he had to completely refine the mark. Second, after refining the mark, he had to completely refine the fiendish aura inside it. After completing the above 2 steps, the next step was the most difficult one. Because the weapons of the underworld were different from ordinary weapons. Their refining process was very complicated, and they were refined with the special power of the underworld and infused with the blood of the underworld. All of this was supported by the mark of the underworld and a large amount of fiendish aura. After eliminating these 2, the weapon would automatically disintegrate. Therefore, the 3rd step was the most difficult one. After completing the first 2 steps, Fang Chen had to infuse the ultimate power in his body into the weapon at the fastest speed, and then imprint his mark on it. This seems simple, but it was actually the most difficult one. Because after the mark and fiendish aura were eliminated, the weapon would disintegrate at the fastest speed. The speed of infusion had to be faster than the speed of disintegration, and it had to be at least twice as fast to have any hope of preserving the weapon. Fang Chen put down the weapon in his hand, curled his lips, and felt a little helpless. He could refine the mark and the fiendish aura, but the 3rd step seemed to be a little difficult. Could it be that I really have to give up? Princess Huang had once said that if he couldn't completely control it, then she would have to bring it back to the primitive tribe and hand it over to his master. However, Fang Chen didn't want to give up. After all, this great ferocious object contained a trace of information about the Supreme. If he could get it, it would benefit him a lot. Let's give it a try. Fang Chen closed his eyes and began to try. He activated his primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation realm, and in an instant, his entire body contained an extremely powerful divine sense. Under his guidance, the vast divine sense drilled into the weapon. Buzz. Complex runes appeared on the war blade, and these runes contained an extremely powerful force of the underworld. Roar. Vaguely, one could hear roars coming from within the saber. One could even see an illusory face on the blade of the saber. They seemed to be one of the owners of the saber. In the face of Fang Chen's refinement, they represented the underworld and let out angry roars. Dong dong dong. Within the battle saber, the sound of metal intertwining could be heard. The body of the saber kept trembling as if it would shatter at any moment. Fang Chen ignored him. Now, he wanted to use absolute power to suppress the remnant thoughts in the saber. Press. Fang Chen let out a low growl and immediately pressed his palm against the saber. The 10 streams of ultimate force in his body surged wildly, unleashing an unparalleled force that suppressed the battle saber with ease. Cracks appeared on the patterns on the saber. They kept shattering as though they were trying to expel the baleful aura. Crack. Finally, in the confrontation between the fiendish aura and the ultimate power, the latter gained the upper hand. After all, this was ultimate power. What was ultimate power? It was the strongest power below utmost exalted. Dong dong dong. The ultimate power suppressed the fiendish aura with ease. At this moment, the patterns on the battle saber had completely shattered and were replaced by a black saber. The black demonic aura on the saber hilt was also gradually dissipating. Buzz. When all the patterns on the saber had shattered, it gradually evolved into a mark. It was the mark of the underworld. Fang Chen knew that the most important moment of the first step was about to begin. He waved his hand and controlled the ultimate power. He directly pressed his palm against the mark of the underworld. Hiss hiss hiss. The mark and the ultimate power fought against each other. With the help of the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm, the mark of the underworld was instantly shattered. Success. This step was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. It was much easier than he had expected. Of course, this was all thanks to the powerful ultimate power in his body and the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm. At this moment, Fang Chen sighed. If he had not cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, it would have been difficult for him to use the ultimate power to this level, let alone the primordial spirit of the Tao manifestation realm. Roar. An angry roar resounded through the sky. The moment the last mark completely shattered, the first step was finally completed. Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of turbid air and smiled. After completing the first step, it was time for the second step. He hoped that it would be successful. However, with his previous experience, Fang Chen believed that the second step should be in the bag. The only thing that worried him was the third step. Outside the courtyard, Elder Jia Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn. He knew what Fang Chen was doing in the courtyard. Not long after, Princess Huang floated over. She stood quietly with a hint of worry in her eyes. It's too difficult to completely control the underworld's most ferocious item. Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the encampment's path of reincarnation. Elder Jia Yuan's expression changed drastically as he hurried over. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air. Greetings, Elder Jia Yuan. It was a boy from the Jialua clan of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation realm. Is there any news from the clan? Elder Jia Yuan asked directly after seeing the boy. He had guarded the path of reincarnation at the core of the Death Cliff for a very long time. Usually, the clan would only send a messenger boy when there was an important matter. Elder Jia Yuan, I've been ordered by the clan to give this to you. The boy took out an iron ball. This is, Elder Jia Yuan cried out when he saw the iron ball. The reincarnation orb? The boy nodded and said, the clan's upper echelons know that you're in trouble and asked me to bring you the reincarnation orb. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan understood the clan's upper echelon's intentions. All right, Elder Jia Yuan, I still have matters to attend to. I'll return first. After delivering the reincarnation orb, the boy disappeared into the path of reincarnation. Elder Jiayuan held the reincarnation orb in his hand and fell into deep thought. A moment later, he sent a voice transmission to Fang Chen. Go ahead and refine the ferocious aura of the underworld's most ferocious item. I'll help you with the reincarnation orb. The reincarnation orb was the Jialua clan's most precious treasure. It contained a large amount of reincarnation power. Combined with the ultimate power, it could easily suppress the ferocious aura and inject power into it to completely control it. The eyes of Fang Chen, who was deep in thought, lit up. End of chapter. Chapter 3963. Fang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard the words reincarnation sphere, and a smile appeared on his face. Others might not know, but he knew how important the reincarnation sphere was. Especially at this stage, it was extremely difficult to completely control the underworld's great ominous object. The reincarnation sphere was a timely help. Once he had the help of the reincarnation sphere, he could easily complete the third step and imprint his power on the underworld's great ominous object. At that time, the underworld's aura would completely disappear from the great ominous object and be replaced by his ultimate power. However, Fang Chen had some doubts. The reincarnation sphere was a precious treasure of the Jialua tribe. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a tribesman to borrow it. Only the current patriarch and the elders of the Elder Council had the right to touch it. Given Elder Jiayuan's status, this was probably his first time touching the reincarnation sphere. The Jialua tribe wasn't surprised to know that he had obtained the great ominous object of the underworld. After all, Elder Jiayuan and Jiajiu might have already sent a message back. However, why would they lend such a precious item to an outsider? Did they really think that he was a member of the 9523B19D branch of the Jialua tribe? Fang Chen shook his head forcefully. Then, he collected his messy thoughts and focused his attention on the ferocious creature in the underworld. At this moment, he had already completed the first step. The second step was also progressing in an orderly manner. 6 hours later, Fang Chen's body trembled violently. Then, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. The war blade in front of him let out a resonant hum. The blade trembled and emitted a shocking power. Traces of ultimate power circled around the blade, as if it could enter the blade at any time. The second step was complete. Fang Chen was very excited. Elder Jiayuan had already arrived beside him with the reincarnation sphere in his hand. As long as he completed the second step, Elder Jiayuan would activate the reincarnation sphere. Reincarnation! Elder Jiayuan roared. Instantly, the reincarnation sphere in his hand emitted a white light. This light swept across the land in the blink of an eye and enveloped the entire courtyard. At this moment, the reincarnation sphere started to rotate. Violent reincarnation power escaped from it and rushed into the war blade. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The saber wanted to struggle, but it was useless. When Fang Chen saw this, he activated all the ultimate strength in his body and used the power of the reincarnation orb to force the saber. The mark of the underworld and the murderous aura in the saber had been completely refined. Although there was still a trace of the aura of the underworld left in the saber, it could not resist the invasion of the two powerful forces. It only lasted for 3 seconds before it ended in failure. When the ultimate force and the samsara force converged, there was an abnormally powerful vibration. It rushed into the saber in an unstoppable manner and immediately seized control of the saber. Meanwhile, Elder Jiayuan placed the reincarnation orb next to the warblade and let it attract the warblade's firepower. Fang Chen took advantage of this opportunity and began to use his ultimate power to destroy the internal structure of the warblade. An hour later, the ultimate strength penetrated the entire warblade. The internal structure of the warblade was completely destroyed, and Fang Chen had already constructed a new one. At this moment, Elder Jia Yuan's throat moved. He spat out a mouthful of blood and weakly sat on the ground. The reincarnation orb gradually dimmed and returned to Elder Jia Yuan's hand. It had completed its mission to help Fang Chun successfully control the underworld's most ferocious item. Seeing this, Elder Jia Yuan was very happy. Elder Jia Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and softly asked, "Did you succeed?" Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and shot out 2 terrifying beams of light. He got up and walked to the front of the battle saber. His hand gripped the battle saber tightly. Suddenly, a powerful ultimate power surged within the battle saber. The battle saber did not seem to be resisting at all. It could not sense a trace of the underworld's aura. From this moment on, the aura of the underworld was completely expelled. The warblade was completely controlled by ultimate strength. "Success," Fang Chun said with a smile. The warblade contained a trace of an opportunity to step into the supremacy realm. Without the obstruction of the underworld's aura, he could fully immerse himself in comprehending that trace of opportunity. Moreover, the warblade was once a ferocious item from the underworld. Whether it was the grade or the toughness, it was at the top level. It could be considered a powerful weapon. However, Fang Chun knew that after leaving the Cliff of Death, he would have to return the warblade to Princess Phoenix and let her bring it back to the primitive tribe. Therefore, he could only stay in the Jialua tribe's camp and try to comprehend it as soon as possible. Alright, time is precious. Try to comprehend it as soon as possible. I will return the reincarnation orb to the tribe. Elder Jia Yuan cupped his fists and left the courtyard. Just as he walked out of the courtyard, Elder Jia Yuan's body tilted and he almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Jia Jiu came in time and supported him. "Elder Jia Yuan, are you alright?" Elder Jia Yuan shook his head. "I just used the reincarnation orb and injured my internal organs. I will be fine after some rest. You came at the right time. Bring me to the ancestral hall." Jia Jiu supported Elder Jia Yuan and stopped in front of the ancestral hall. "Alright, wait for me at the entrance." Elder Jia Yuan staggered into the ancestral hall. Buzz. Elder Jia Yuan released his power. Instantly, a large amount of reincarnation orb surged out of the ancestral hall and gradually condensed into an illusory figure. Success. The illusory figure saw Elder Jia Yuan and immediately asked if he had succeeded. "I have succeeded. I will now return the reincarnation orb." Elder Jia Yuan shook his wrist and the reincarnation orb left his hand and floated to the illusory figure. The latter swung his sleeve and kept the reincarnation orb. Then, the illusory figure began to dissipate. However, at this moment, Elder Jia Yuan asked, "Why did the tribe lend the reincarnation orb to Fang Chun?" This is the will of the tribe's upper echelons. Clearly, the illusory figure was unwilling to answer this question directly. "I understand." Elder Jia Yuan wanted to ask more, but after thinking about it, he shook his head. Continuing to ask wouldn't yield any results, so it was better not to ask. Since it was the will of the tribe, there had to be a reason. Don't try to guess the intentions of the tribe's upper echelons. Before the illusory figure dissipated, he gave Elder Jia Yuan a deep look and warned him. Whoosh! The ancestral hall returned to silence. Elder Jia Yuan fell into deep thought. Outside the ancestral hall, Jia Jiu anxiously paced back and forth. Elder Jia Yuan's body was very weak, and he was worried that something would happen to him. However, he didn't have the right to enter the ancestral hall. "What should I do?" Jia Jiu stomped his foot. Creak! The doors of the ancestral hall opened, and Elder Jia Yuan calmly walked out. The setting sun shone on his face, making him seem much older. Chapter 3964. Elder Jia Yuan walked out of the ancestral shrine, looking tired. His face was pale, and he seemed to have aged a lot. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs were damaged. He stumbled over to Jia Jiu. The latter's expression changed drastically when he saw this. He quickly supported Elder Jiayuan and asked, "Elder Jiayuan, what's wrong?" He was surprised that Elder Jiayuan was fine before he entered the ancestral shrine. Why was he like this when he came out? Could he have gone through a great battle in the ancestral shrine? Jiaju shook his head and rejected this idea. The ancestral shrine was built by the Jialua clan's higher-ups. Its purpose was to allow the clan members in the core area to communicate with the clan. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the ancestral shrine, and outsiders were not allowed to get close either. No one could sneak into the ancestral shrine. Thus, there was only one possibility. Elder Jiayuan had suffered a backlash when he used the reincarnation orb, and it had only manifested when he returned it. "I'm fine." Elder Jiayuan shook his head. Although his situation was not optimistic, he was fine. His voice even contained a trace of desolation. He lifted his head and looked in the direction of Fong Chen's courtyard. A strange look flashed in the depths of his eyes. After which, he sighed softly, as if he was powerless to reverse the situation. Why is it like this? Finally, Elder Jiayuan returned to his residence to rest with Jiaju's help. However, after he came out of the ancestral shrine, he became unusually silent, as if he was a different person. Jiaju was very curious. He wanted to know what had happened to Elder Jiayuan in the ancestral shrine, or what he had seen or learned. Otherwise, it would not have been like this. However, Elder Jiayuan still refused to speak under his relentless questioning. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. In an independent courtyard, Fong Chen sat cross-legged with his battle saber stabbed into the ground in front of him. Buzz. His body was filled with boundless energy, as if he was a god of war. Layers of ripples covered his body, making him look extremely powerful and domineering. After such a long period of cultivation and refinement, his physical body had already reached the limit below the Supreme Being level. Now, his ultimate power had also undergone a huge transformation. After comprehending the battle blade for a month, he was surprised to discover that his original 10 ultimate powers had actually become 15. What did this mean? This meant that he had taken a new step towards the 11th level Saint realm. As a 10th order true saint, Huang Xiaolong was already so powerful. Huang Xiaolong was very curious. If he stepped into the 11th order true saint realm, to what extent would his battle prowess soar? It's hard to imagine how strong the warriors of the ancient civilization were. Fong Chen could not help but sigh. He only had a superficial understanding of the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Even so, with his current strength, he was already considered a rare existence. It was difficult to find an opponent in the Saint realm, unless it was a top powerhouse who had touched the threshold of supremacy. However, in this age of doom, there were no such powerhouses. Even if there were, they wouldn't come out. Instead, they would cultivate in seclusion and break through to the primal chaos supreme realm. Of course, Fong Chen's greatest enemy was still the devouring demon tribe. This tribe was too strong and was born to destroy. There were countless experts in the tribe. So far, he had not fought against the top powerhouses of the devouring demon tribe. In particular, the legendary leader of the devouring demon tribe was a genuine primal chaos supreme realm expert. Once he came out of seclusion and Huang Xiaolong had not stepped into the primal chaos supreme realm, the entire primal chaos realm would be reduced to nothingness. That was not something that Huang Xiaolong wanted to see. Therefore, he could only do his best to improve his strength. For my family, for my wife and daughter, I must succeed. Fong Chen clenched his fists and his eyes flashed with determination. Buzz. At that moment, his primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation level resonated with the battle saber. The battle saber emitted a resonant saber hum. Immediately after, Fong Chen's body trembled. Immediately after, a powerful consciousness drilled into the battle saber. Dong dong dong. In the next moment, he seemed to see a whole new world. His entire being was immersed in the sea. There was a gray aura everywhere. He was immersed in it, trying his best to explore the world. What is this? Fang Chen vaguely felt that this was most likely the epitome of the primal chaos supreme realm. He seemed to have grasped something and madly attacked the gray mist, wanting to reach the end of the nirvana realm. However, he was blocked time and time again. He did not give up and kept trying. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. For an expert like Fang Chen, 300 years was just a snap of the fingers. During this period, Fang Chen had comprehended a small part of the mysteries of the battle blade. At the same time, his primordial spirit and the core of the battle blade had successfully built a bridge. As long as he was willing, he could enter the core to comprehend at any time. This also made his combat strength soar. Now, the ultimate power in his body had reached 90 strands. According to the records, the 11th level of the Saint Realm needed to condense 100 strands of ultimate power. This meant that he was infinitely close to the 11th level of the Saint Realm. Whoosh! At a certain moment, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. There was a bright smile on his face. The benefits of 300 years of comprehension were too great. Tempering his physical body, tempering his primordial spirit, and condensing ultimate power were all important to him. He looked inwardly into his mind. In his primordial spirit there was a white mark. This small mark was taken from the core part of the battle saber. After his research, this white mark was most likely left behind by a supreme being. In other words, as long as he completely refined the small mark, he would be able to touch the threshold of supreme being. Whoosh! Fang Chen stopped cultivating. The battle blade in front of him was dim and lifeless, like an ordinary long blade. Dust covered his body. Creak! The door opened and Princess Huang, dressed in a white dress, walked in. There was a faint smile on her fair face. You finally came out of seclusion. She had waited for 300 years. During this time, Princess Huang was worried that Fang Chen would be corroded by the great evil of the netherworld and lose his mind. But in the end, she was stopped by Elder Jia Yuan. After returning from the ancestral shrine, Elder Jia Yuan seemed to have a lot on his mind. It was as if he knew some unknown secret. Especially when he looked at Fang Chen, there was a complicated expression on his face. Fang Chen nodded. At this time, Jiaju walked in with Elder Jia Yuan supporting him. After seeing Elder Jia Yuan's condition, Fang Chen was puzzled. What happened? Why is Elder Jia Yuan so weak? Please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 3965. After 300 years of seclusion, he had gained a lot. He had even engraved the mark of a supreme being's aura into his Yuan spirit. As long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to completely refine the mark and touch the threshold of supreme being. Of course, this was a story for another day. Fang Chen had just walked out of the courtyard when he saw Elder Jia Yuan, who looked tired and weak. He was very surprised. Why had Elder Jia Yuan become like this after not seeing him for 300 years? Could it have something to do with him activating the transmigration orb to help him? Fang Chen immediately walked up and asked, Elder Jia Yuan, what's wrong? You've come out of seclusion? Elder Jia Yuan's expression was bleak. He smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. I just overused my energy. However, no one noticed the complicated look in Elder Jia Yuan's eyes as he looked at Fang Chen. That kind of complicated look was hard to describe, and it seemed to contain a trace of disbelief and shock. Elder Jia Yuan went to the ancestral shrine to return the transmigration orb. After he came out, he became like this, said Jiajiu. He wasn't qualified to step into the ancestral shrine, so he didn't know what had happened to Elder Jia Yuan. Why did he become so weak? It was as if he had aged dozens of years. Even his hair had turned white. I'm really fine. I just need to rest for a while. Elder Jia Yuan waved his hand, indicating that he was really fine. Fang Chen's eyes darted around. In the end, he gave up asking. He vaguely sensed something, but he wasn't sure. How's your harvest? Asked Elder Jia Yuan. I've completely refined this saber. We're ready to leave the cliff of death. As he spoke, Fang Chen took out the saber and showed it to Elder Jia Yuan. After receiving the saber, Elder Jia Yuan's heart trembled. This was a legendary demonic artifact. Moreover, it was one of the most ominous items in the netherworld. It contained an extremely powerful fiendish aura. If an ordinary person touched it, their Yuan spirit would be corroded and they would die. However, Fang Chen could completely refine the fiendish aura inside. As expected of, Elder Jia Yuan thought of what had happened in the ancestral shrine. His expression changed, but he quickly returned to normal. Good saber. Elder Jia Yuan laughed. At the same time, he also knew that this saber would be brought back to the primordial race by Princess Huang. Bringing it back to the primordial race is also good. At least the world won't have their eyes on you. In the beginning, Elder Jia Yuan was indeed worried. If news of Fang Chen possessing a ghost artifact got out, the Origin World's devil-devouring tribe would definitely attack and snatch it away. At that time, he would have to fight alone and fall into a desperate situation. However, things were different now. Princess Huang had brought the ghost artifact back to the primitive tribes and announced it to the public. Perhaps no one would dare to go against a primitive clan, even if the Origin World belonged to the Devil Devourer clan. This way, Fang Chen would not be known by the world. Thank you for taking care of me all this time, Elder Jia Yuan. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked the old man from the bottom of his heart. This old man had taken good care of him and truly treated him as a descendant of the great sovereign's lineage. Brother Fang, I'm a little reluctant, Jiaju said with a smile. After being together for such a long time, she really couldn't bear to part with him. We will meet again in the future, Fang Chen said. In the end, Fang Chen and Princess Huang set off on their return journey. Elder Jia Yuan and Jiaju stood in the Jialua clan's encampment and watched until the two disappeared from their sight. Jiaju. Suddenly, Elder Jia Yuan said in a low voice, "From today onwards, you will break through the cycle of reincarnation. After that, you can go train in the mortal world." Jiaju was a little confused. Logically speaking, one needed the clan's approval to break through the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, there was still a long time before his deadline. Why would Elder Jia Yuan suddenly want him to break through the cycle of reincarnation? Elder Jia Yuan. Jiaju still wanted to say something, but Elder Jia Yuan stopped him. You don't have to say much. The world is about to change. In the near future, the Jialua clan's calamity will truly arrive. We all need to protect ourselves. Letting you train in the mortal world will also allow you to witness the rise of a powerhouse. The rise of a powerhouse? Why would he be allowed to witness it? Jiaju couldn't figure it out, but Elder Jia Yuan didn't give him an answer. After the battle for the ghost weapon came to an end, the core area gradually calmed down. Those special clans were hibernating in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. At a glance, it was lush and green, but there wasn't a single person in sight. With the Jialua clan guarding this place, no one would dare to cause trouble. After passing through the barrier, Fang Chen and Princess Huang returned to the Cliff of Death. The environment here was worlds apart compared to the core area. At a glance, there was smoke everywhere. Countless ghostly wails and howls could be heard throughout the land. The ground was littered with corpses. One could tell that life and death battles would break out in the Cliff of Death every day. Countless cultivators would be slumbering here forever. To this, Fang Chen was already used to it. In his mind, the Cliff of Death was a place of trouble. Soul River. Fang Chen thought of the Soul River and Ling Xian. Back then, when he had just entered the Cliff of Death and was unable to move a single step, It was Lung Xian who had given him the greatest help and even allowed him to temper himself. Who would have thought that when he came out of that isolated space, he would discover that Senior Ling Xian had fallen into the Soul River. Back then, he had said that one day, he would avenge Ling Xian. He clenched his fists and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he brought Princess Huang and rushed towards the Soul River. At this moment, there were some strange figures by the Soul River. They were looking at it from afar. The Soul River has completely calmed down. Someone said, "What happened to the Soul River storm? What's the background of that figure in the Soul River?" Just as everyone was discussing, the leader waved his sleeves and walked to the Soul River. He stretched out his hand and touched the water of the Soul River. Immediately, layers of ripples appeared on the surface of the Soul River. With his hand as the center, the ripples kept spreading downwards until they reached the bottom of the Soul River. The leader closed his eyes and sensed it seriously. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. His lips curled up, revealing a smile. Our chance is here. After the chaos of the Soul River, the corrosiveness of the Soul River seemed to have weakened. Most importantly, he could vaguely sense a path that led to the bottom of the Soul River. The water of the Soul River on this path seemed to be affected by some special aura and could not close. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of. "Boss, you are?" The others were excited. Looking at the Soul River, they were eager to give it a try. At the same time, Fang Chen and Princess Huang also came to the Soul River. He followed them from a distance and saw the people of these special clans by the Soul River. Seeing this, Fang Chen frowned, seemingly unhappy. Please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 3966. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could see a beautiful figure in the thick light at the bottom of the Soul River at a glance. Lung Xian. The woman who had once helped him and loved Supreme Fu Jian had now fallen into the cold Soul River alone. Fang Chen's heart trembled. However, after hearing their words, Fang Chen was enraged. Senior Ling Xian was his benefactor, and at the same time, he was also an almighty sage of the Chaos Realm. Now that he was offended by a few juniors, he immediately showed himself. Boom! A terrifying power swept through the world and instantly spread out. Fang Chen and Princess Huang appeared by the Soul River. This sudden change caused the group of people to be somewhat stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, one of them coldly asked, "Brat, who are you?" Fang Chen didn't say anything. He continued, "Do you know where this is?" "Where is this place?" Princess Huang asked. This is the Soul River and also the territory of our young master," this person said arrogantly. "Usually, many people have their eyes on the Soul River, but they were all killed by us. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost." Princess Huang still wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Fang Chen. He looked at everyone calmly and flicked his finger. Immediately, a ray of light drilled into the Soul River. Everyone was puzzled. What did he mean? But in the next moment they understood. The light that drilled into the Soul River swept up a drop of the Soul River's water and returned to the shore, directly hitting the person who spoke earlier. A miserable scream came from this person's body. His body began to weaken and his primordial spirit was attacked. He kept begging for help. "Young master, save me." However, it was already too late. The attack of the Soul River's water was something that ordinary people couldn't resist at all, let alone be caught off guard. Bang! In the end, the primordial spirit of the arrogant person was corroded and then collapsed. He died completely and fell into a pool of blood. "You can't even resist a drop of the Soul River's water, and you still dare to call yourself the owner of this place?" Fang Chen said. The brocade-robed man, who was addressed as young master, stared at Lu Chen with a gloomy expression and said in a cold voice, "Brat, are you here to pick a fight? Is the Soul River a place you can come to?" Fang Chen sneered. "Senior Ling Xian has a noble status. How can you blaspheme her? As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen attacked. He held the blade of the underworld in his hand. Using the blade as a sword, he performed the ultimate sword technique. In an instant, thick blade lights appeared in the void. These blade lights quickly turned into sword lights under the effect of the ultimate power. They pierced toward the crowd as fast as lightning. Courting death. The young master didn't expect that Fang Chen would dare to make the first move. He was simply courting death. Boom. Boom. Everyone was furious. They attacked like lightning, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, when they came in contact with the sword light that was swooping down from the sky, they were instantly shocked. Poochie. Some of the weaker people couldn't resist the ultimate sword technique at all. They were directly pierced by the sword light and fell into a pool of blood. Only a few people managed to block the sword light. They were in a very sorry state. Boom. 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 The young master, dressed in luxurious clothes, sent the sword light beside him flying with a punch. His eyes burned with anger as he glared at Fang Chen. Who exactly are you? I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill my people? He began to feel a little guilty. The other party was too strong. With just one move, they had suffered such heavy casualties. If they continued to fight, their lives would be lost here. As long as there was life, there was hope. Moreover, the forces behind them couldn't come out for the time being. They needed to find an opportunity. Under such circumstances, no one could save him, so he could only save himself. No enmity with you? Fang Chen said. If we were switched, and you were strong and I was weak, what would you do? Obviously, they would definitely treat them more cruelly than Fang Chen. Moreover, most importantly, they called the Soul River their own territory and blasphemed against Senior Ling Xian. This was a capital offense. No one could blaspheme against Senior Ling Xian. What happened before was our fault. You also killed many of our people. Let's forget about this matter. How about it? The man in the brocade robe admitted defeat. Forget about it? Fang Chen nodded. Of course, but I have a condition. The man in the brocade robe was overjoyed. No matter what the condition was, he had to agree to save his life first. Then, he would make plans. I'll let you be happy for now. When the forces behind me come out, I will definitely turn you into ashes. Exchange your life for it, Fang Chen said. As soon as these words came out, the man in the brocade robe's smile froze. It was replaced by anger. You played us. You were the one who wanted to let it go, and I agreed. Unfortunately, you can't fulfill my condition. Then, regretfully, the massacre will continue. Young master, we can just fight with him. I don't believe that he can be so strong alone. One of them said angrily. Obviously, he was completely angered by Fang Chen's words. That's right. After all, he is alone and there are so many of us. When we fight later, we will hold him back. Young master, you can just run. For them, as long as they could save their young master's life, they would have completed their mission. You can try. Lu Chen shrugged. Kill. The man in the brocade roared. Since there was no compromise, they could only fight to the death. Under his command, everyone rushed towards Fang Chen. He took the opportunity to escape. Poochie. Another blade. It was an extremely terrifying blade that directly divided the battlefield into two. At the same time, Fang Chen flicked his wrist and threw out the war blade. Although the murderous aura and the mark of the underworld had been refined, it still came from the underworld. Its power was unimaginable. The war blade seemed to have a spirit as it aimed at the young master. It drew a strange arc and chased after him. As for Fang Chen, he rushed into the battlefield and started a massacre. Poochie! Miserable screams came from the battlefield one after another, accompanied by corpses that fell into a pool of blood. Boom! When the last punch was thrown, all the servants brought by the man in the brocade robe were dead. Blasphemy against Senior Ling Xian. You deserve to die. Fang Chen was not willing to let their corpses and blood pollute Senior Ling Xian's senses. With a wave of his hand, a scorching flame burned the corpses. After a while, the Soul River returned to normal. There were only traces of battle on the ground. The blood and corpses had long been refined. That fellow. Princess Huang wanted to ask if the young master in luxurious clothes would bring them trouble if he escaped. Who would have thought? In the distant sky, a black light burst out. Taking a closer look, he saw that it was a human figure with a saber stuck in his chest. The war blade of the underworld had brought the young master back. Princess Huang's mouth was wide open. Was the war blade of the underworld so powerful? She turned to look at Fang Chen. The latter was very calm. Everything was under his control. Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3967. The battle saber pierced through the heavens and earth, bringing the young master back. At this moment, his entire body was covered in blood. His face was pale and his chest was pierced through by the battle saber. His internal organs were shattered and his vitality was disappearing. His eyes were filled with endless fear. He would never forget the fear of the battle saber piercing into his body. What is that? He couldn't figure it out. The moment the battle saber pierced into his body, his entire body became sluggish. Most importantly, an evil aura invaded his mind and destroyed his primordial spirit. Gotcha! Fang Chen pulled out his battle saber and the young man died instantly. However, before he died, he glared fiercely at Fang Chen and left behind a ruthless sentence: "The power behind me won't let you off." Originally, he wanted to beg for mercy, but Fang Chen didn't give him any chance and directly ended his life. This scene made Princess Huang speechless. She didn't expect the battle saber of the underworld to be so powerful. "Who are they?" Princess Huang asked. She was extremely curious about the identity of these people. What kind of power was behind them? In the age of chaos, the heavens and earth changed greatly. All kinds of ancient powerhouses who had been sleeping for billions of years woke up one after another. Even a top clan like the Jialua clan was worried about a calamity. Let alone the other clans. She was prepared to go back this time and ask her master properly to see if her master knew anything. Princess Huang's gaze landed on Fang Chen. The two of them had been here before and even entered the bottom of the Soul River. Moreover, they had profited from a disaster and obtained her mother's inheritance. Thinking of her mother's statue shattering, a trace of ripple appeared in Princess Huang's heart. Her mother had chosen a son-in-law for her, but she didn't know how to say it. Looking at Fang Chen's tall and straight back, Princess Huang even felt that it was pretty good to keep looking at him like this. "I don't know." Fang Chen kept the battle saber and looked solemn. "Let's not care about them first. Let's see if we can save Senior Ling Xian." Senior Ling Xian had a great debt of gratitude to Fang Chen. If it wasn't for her, Fang Chen might have died in the death cliff. Moreover, when Fang Chen accidentally entered the Jialua clan's Forbidden Road and returned to the end of the reincarnation road in the Chaos World, the great sovereign had told him that Ling Xian and Supreme Fu Jian had an unclear relationship. No matter what, she was a genuine person from the Chaos World. 1. Fang Chen came to the Soul River. He stretched out his palm and gently pressed it on the Soul River. In the next moment, the entire Spirit River shook violently as a terrifying corrosive energy drilled into his body. However, he was no longer the same as he was in the past. After stepping into the 10th level True Saint realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. The ultimate force in his body easily resisted the corrosive energy. Dong. Fang He took a deep breath and then made a bold decision. He jumped into the Soul River. "You stay here and guard. Don't let anyone come near." Fang Chen's voice entered Princess Huang's ears. Immediately after, Princess Huang saw the surface of the Soul River stirring up waves after wave. Splash! Fang Chen entered the Soul River. Over 90 strands of ultimate force were fully activated. They surrounded his body, protecting him as he moved forward. No matter how strong the corrosive power of the Soul River was, it was helpless against ultimate force. Because of this, Fang Chen easily dived into the Soul River and came to the light ball. In the gray light ball, there was a beautiful figure sitting cross-legged. Her snow-white skin was exposed and there was no trace of clothes on her body. However, the gray light ball blocked all sight. Fang Chen could vaguely see a silhouette. He hurriedly turned around and said apologetically, "Senior Ling Xian, Junior has come to save you." Ling Xian was still like a walking corpse, motionless as if she had lost her primordial spirit. "Senior Ling Xian," Fang Chen shouted. At the same time, he flicked his finger and a vast ultimate force shot out. It passed through the gray light ball and entered Ling Xian's body. At this moment, a sad voice came from Ling Xian's body. "You can't save me," this was Ling Xian's voice. Her body was imprisoned here. After her primordial spirit was baptized and stimulated by Fang Chen's ultimate force, she had a trace of consciousness. She was touched when she found that Fang Chen had risked his life to save her. When she first met Fang Chen, she had a good impression of him. She sensed a trace of Supreme Fu Jian's aura from him. Ling Xian chose to help Fang Chen. Now, the little guy under her protection had grown up. She was very gratified. "Senior Ling Xian, what should I do?" Fang Chen couldn't help but ask. If possible, he would do his best to save Senior Ling Xian. Even if he had to pay a heavy price, he wouldn't hesitate. Sigh. A sad voice came out of Ling Xian's body. She let out a sigh and said, "He once came to the Soul River. I'm just trying to follow his footstep." Fang Chen was startled. He immediately realized that Senior Ling Xian was referring to Supreme Fu Jian. The Soul River is much more complicated than people think. Moreover, there are many secrets involved here, including information about him. I came here willingly, using my body as the price to make a deal with the Soul River. You don't have to worry about me. Fang Chen was astounded upon hearing this. Traded with the Soul River? Did the Soul River still have its own consciousness? Or did the Soul River have a master? Fang Chen recalled the mansion in the whirlpool at the bottom of the Soul River, and everything inside it. Phoenix, the princess mother, who was also an expert of the primitive tribes, had built a mansion at the bottom of the Soul River. Such a grand construction was surely significant. Could it be that the master of the Soul River was the primitive tribes? He thought of what the old white ape of the White Ape clan had said to him. The primitive tribes had ordered their subordinate tribe, the White Ape clan, to follow the experts of the Chaos Realm and migrate to the Chaos Realm. However, they failed for some reason later. What was the connection between the two? Fang Chen racked his brains, but he couldn't figure it out. Ling Xian's voice came out of the gray light again. "You have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. No matter what happens, don't let your emotions affect your decisions." "I'm fine in the Soul River. Although I'll fall asleep, I'll wake up eventually," Ling Xian said. It seemed to involve Supreme Fu Jian's secrets, and she didn't want to talk about them. She didn't even want to tell Fang Chen, Supreme Fu Jian's successor. "Senior Ling Xian," Fang Chen called out. He was moved to see that Ling Xian was willing to fall into the Soul River forever for the person she loved. "Let's go," Ling Xian said softly, as if she was an old woman talking to her junior. End of chapter. Chapter 3968. Ling Xian's voice was very gentle, as if she was talking to her own junior. She asked Fang Chen to leave this place and not bother about her. By due search, however, Fang Chen did not want to leave just like that. Even though his back was facing Ling Xian, he could still feel the extreme coldness. He did not want to see Ling Xian continue to be tortured here. He wanted to save her. "Go, don't bother about me. There will be a day when I will be born again." Ling Xian's voice rang out again. Immediately after, Fang Chen felt a strong force pushing his body out of the Soul River. At the same time, Ling Xian's ethereal voice rang in his ears. "Live well. You shoulder the task of saving the living beings of the Chaos world. As her voice fell, Lung Xian's aura gradually dissipated until it disappeared. Fang Chen stood on the shore of the Soul River, looking down at the Soul River. However, at this moment, the surface of the Soul River was gradually frozen. A layer of frost enveloped it, making it impossible for people to see what was happening below the Soul River. Only Fang Chen knew that all of this was probably because of Ling Xian. What was she doing? Could it be that Supreme Master Fu Jian had left something in this Soul River? No matter what, this was Senior Ling Xian's own choice. He could not say anything, but he was worried for Senior Ling Xian. How is it? Seeing Fang Chen coming out of the Soul River, Princess Huang hurried over and asked. Fang Chen shook his head and remained silent. Princess Huang's expression changed. She did not know how to comfort Fang Chen. After a long time, Fang Chen collected his thoughts and bowed deeply to the frozen Soul River, saying, "Senior Ling Xian, I will not let you down." After saying that, he left the cliff of death with Princess Huang without looking back. Dong. The moment Fang Chen left the cliff of death, the heavy force that shrouded the cliff of death instantly disappeared. Those martial artists who were hiding in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not know what had happened, their instincts told them that the crisis had been resolved. Next, there would be a large number of opportunities. The recovered experts also stood at every corner of the cliff of death, looking at Fang Chen's back as he left. Some of the Almighty Realm experts already knew that Fang Chen was the legendary person who had obtained the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization. Moreover, he had already stepped into the 10th Order True Saint realm. His combat strength was so strong that he could easily crush a 9th Order True Saint realm expert. Therefore, even though they knew that he had obtained the Netherworld's most ominous item, none of them dared to make a move. On a hill, great Emperor Miayu stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was solemn as he looked in the direction where Fang Chen had disappeared. Then, he turned to look at the Soul River. There was someone he loved deeply there. In another area, Xing Weng and the others were also smiling. Fang Chen's sudden appearance had shattered everyone's understanding of martial arts cultivation. Perhaps soon, a chaotic supremacy would be born to fight against the Devouring Demon Clan. The Devouring Demon Clan is too cruel and perverted. They want to refine the heavenly Tao. They will suffer a backlash in the end. Xing Weng muttered to himself. He had met Fang Chen once. Moreover, they were both from the chaotic world. He naturally thought highly of Fang Chen and was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. The three old men who had fought side by side with Fang Chen looked at each other. He has left. Let's go into seclusion. If we can't step into the chaotic supremacy realm, what's the point of living? Old Man Xiao said solemnly. This time, the three of them had made up their minds to reach the highest realm of martial arts. In particular, after experiencing the process of fighting side by side with Fang Chen, they realized that the 9th Order True Saint realm was just SOSO. If they couldn't reach the chaotic supremacy realm, they would eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil and disappear with the wind. Okay, let's go into seclusion. After Fang Chen had taken away the underworld's most ferocious creatures, the Death Cliff regained its calm. The days of being filled with the aura of death were gone forever. Many of the awakened experts chose to go into seclusion to break through to a higher realm. There were also some who chose to explore the world. At this time, Fang Chen and Princess Huang were already far away from the Death Cliff. Phew! They stopped and turned around to look at the Death Cliff behind them. They breathed a sigh of relief. We came out alive. Princess Huang smiled faintly. Even she didn't expect that they could walk out of the Death Cliff alive. Of course, what shocked her the most was definitely Fang Chen. They met in the Flying Phoenix mountain range and fought side by side. Fang Chen was accidentally thrown into the turbulent space by the Ghost Manor Lord. At that time, she thought that the latter was already dead. She didn't expect to meet him again at the Death Cliff. In the end, not only did the two successfully obtain the Ghost Tool, but they also came out unscathed. Princess Huang rejoiced. I have already informed Master. Soon, he will come to pick me up. Princess Huang said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. Let's go. We will go to the city to find out more information. The two came to the nearest city. It was bustling with noise and excitement. There were hawking sounds everywhere. After asking around, the two found out that the outside world had undergone earth-shattering changes during the few hundred years they were in the Death Cliff. First was the Devouring Devil clan. The four great saint lands had given a clear order for all the members of the Devouring Devil clan to search for heaven and earth rare treasures. It was rumored that the Devouring Devil clan's clan leader had encountered some problems in his cultivation and needed heaven and earth rare treasures to fix it. This was good news for Fang Chen. However, the more it was like this, the more Fang Chen felt that time was pressing. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. Ghost Manor. Of course, they also heard an important piece of information. That was the Ghost Manor. It was said that the Ghost Manor's territory was once shrouded in black fog. No one could get close to it. The surrounding manors didn't dare to explore it. The Ghost Manor Lord had mysteriously disappeared. Ghost Manor. Fang Chen frowned. He had been to the Ghost Manor before. That place felt eerie and terrifying. It was very evil. Could it be that the legend is true? At this time, Fang Chen thought of a legend. He guessed that the Ghost Manor was most likely the entrance to the Netherworld. Black fog shrouded the Ghost Manor. Could it be that the entrance to the Netherworld had opened? Could it be that the Netherworld is enraged because we are fighting for the ghost artifact? Hence, the Netherworld is shrouded in black fog and wants to come out? Princess Huang said. Fang Chen nodded. There was such a possibility. However, he guessed that it would be difficult for the Netherworld to enter the Origin World. Otherwise, they would have invaded long ago. It seems that there are some unknown secrets hidden in the Netherworld. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Several days later, Princess Huang's master came to the city and met with the two of them. He was full of praise for Princess Huang. He also admired Fang Chen. However, because of the primitive clan, he couldn't bring outsiders back. He could only bring Princess Huang back. I'm sorry, Princess Huang said apologetically. Fang Chen shrugged. He didn't care too much about this. He handed the ghost artifact to Princess Huang and said, For you. Little friend, I have to thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bring the ghost artifact out. Primordial Sword Lord. Chapter 3969. Princess Huang's master brought her away. Although Princess Huang was very reluctant, there was no other way. There were more important things waiting for her, especially the trip to the Cliff of Death. She went to the bottom of the Soul River, entered the cave, and obtained the inheritance left behind by her mother. From that moment onwards, she was truly accepted by the primitive race and became a member of the primitive race. Her master brought her back. In addition to dealing with the ghost weapon, there was a more important matter, and that was to acknowledge her ancestors. On the way, Princess Huang was expressionless, but there were waves in her heart. Her mind was filled with images of Fang Chen. What's wrong? Do you miss him? The old man asked. Master, Mother chose a husband for me. She really wanted to confide in him. Only in front of her master could she be so relaxed. But have you ever thought that you are a member of the primitive race and he is just an ordinary human? The primitive race had a rule, and that was to prohibit intermarriage with other races. Of course, even without this rule, they couldn't intermarry with other races. Because there were people in the race who had tried, and in the end, it ended in death. The blood flowing in the body of the primitive race was abnormally powerful. How many people in the world could withstand it? Once they intermarried, they would be seriously injured or even die. Princess Huang lowered her head. Her hair covered her face, and she remained silent. My good disciple, you will know in the future. The old man sighed. In the city, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to leave. The ghost weapon had already been handed over to Princess Huang to be brought back to the primitive race. The task given to him by the old white ape could be considered completed. Now, he was only one step away from the 11th level of the Saint Realm. He wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. Of course, in addition, he also wanted to make a trip to the Life Forbidden Zone to see the old white ape. However, at this moment, suddenly, countless people rushed to the square from the street. Fang Chen was a little stunned, but soon he heard the voice of the waiter. Someone caught 3 white apes. After listening, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. 3 white apes, and from the description of the waiter, why did it feel like the 3 white ape brothers? He hurriedly got up and walked to the square. When he arrived at the square, it was already packed with people. He squeezed in with great difficulty. When his gaze landed on the square, he was instantly stunned. The 3 white ape brothers, who were cultivating with him, had their powers shackled. They were locked in a cage like animals, allowing everyone to watch them. A burly man stood next to the cage. He held a battle axe in his hand and grinned. Everyone, these 3 white apes aren't simple. They all possess the battle prowess of a 9th-level Sage Realm expert. I fought with them for 7 days and 7 nights before I managed to suppress them. Heavenly armor is really powerful. It's a 9th-order Saint Realm white ape. It's a pity that he met Heavenly Helm Tianho. A regretful voice came from the crowd. As everyone knew, Man Tianho had a hobby, and that was to collect demon pets. As long as any demon clan fell into his hands, their powers would be sealed, and they would be at his mercy. Although the 3 white apes were strong, they were still no match for Helmut Tianho. The latter was in this city. He was very famous. Almost no one dared to provoke him. Every time he hunted a demon pet, he would put it on the plaza for everyone to watch. This was his hobby. Roar. The 3 white apes roared angrily, but it was to no avail. Their powers were sealed, and they couldn't move at all. They could only be at his mercy. Last time, Heavenly Armor seemed to have captured a member of the 9 Serenities Python clan as a demon pet, which angered the 9 Serenities Python clan. They even sent experts, but Heavenly Armor beat them away. Yes, many demon clans have a headache because of Heavenly Armor. In the crowd, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. He didn't know why the 3 white apes had left the Forbidden Zone, but the most important thing now was to rescue them. Is Heavenly Armor very powerful? Fang Chen murmured. Although his voice was soft, everyone around heard it. They looked at Fang Chen with disdain and said, "Boy, is this your first time here? You haven't even heard of Heavenly Armor? You're obviously a country bumpkin. Is Heavenly Armor someone you can talk about? Trash like you only relies on claptrap to attract attention." Many people expressed their disgust for Fang Chen and retreated, unwilling to be associated with him. Heavenly Armor. Fang Chen ignored everyone's disgust and suddenly roared. Suddenly, the noisy plaza quieted down. Even Hai Tianho was stunned. Is this guy crazy? He dares to call Heavenly Armor by his name? It's over. When Heavenly Armor is showing his demon pets, he hates being interrupted the most. The moment the 3 white apes in the cage saw Fang Chen, their eyes were filled with joy and they shouted, "This guy is dead. Boy, do you want to die?" Heavenly Armor said angrily. He was introducing the 3 demon pets to everyone, but this guy interrupted him. Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the center of the plaza. He narrowed his eyes at Heavenly Armor. Everything in this world has its own life. The human race is the same, the demon race is the same, and the devouring devil race is the same. If you play with the demon race like this and fall into the hands of others one day, will you also be played by others? Everyone was shocked. Heavenly Armor froze for a moment, then grinned. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to order me around? Fang Chen pointed at the 3 white apes in the cage and said calmly, "These 3 are my good friends. I'll give you a chance. Let them go, and I won't pursue the matter of you playing with them." Good friends? Won't pursue? Heavenly Armor was amused. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. You want me to let them go? Based on what? Based on the fact that I can control your life and death, Fang Chen said. He was already infinitely close to the 11th level of the Saint Realm. In his eyes, heavenly armor was nothing. He couldn't even be bothered to make a move. Control my life and death? Heavenly armor laughed wildly. He spread out his hands and looked at everyone. What do you think? Idiot, quickly kneel in front of heavenly armor and beg for mercy. Kneel. Everyone shouted. Heavenly armor pointed at everyone and said, obviously, you don't understand the current situation. You said that you can control my life and death. Have you ever thought that I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant? He looked down at Fang Chen with a condescending attitude, his face full of disdain. Fang Chen ignored heavenly armor and walked to the cage. He opened it and released the 3 white apes. He then prepared to remove the restrictions on their bodies. 999 First, impudent. Doing something like this under his nose was simply provoking him. Boom. Heavenly armor punched out. A vast fist shadow pierced through the sky and blasted towards Fang Chen. Crack. The cage couldn't withstand the terrifying power and exploded. Fang Chen and the 3 white apes were unharmed. Fang Chen, the Star and Moon. Chapter 3970. Hailu Tianhou stood high above, looking down at Fang Chen. He was slightly shocked. Who was this person? He had never heard of such a person in the Sage Realm in the city. Although his previous attack was casual, the power it contained wasn't something an ordinary 9th-level Sage Realm martial artist could withstand. However, not only did Fang Chen block his attack, but he also used the force of his attack to break the cage. This method was enough to shock him. Why are you guys here? Fang Chen ignored Hailu Tianhou and looked at the 3 white apes. They should be in the life forbidden zone. Brother, we were ordered by our grandfather to go to the cliff of death to help you. Humph, this despicable and shameless bastard. He tricked us 3 brothers and captured us here. If we weren't worried about your safety, we wouldn't have been caught by this guy. The 3 brothers were furious. However, they were worried about Fang Chen's safety, which was why they fell into his trap. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Chen tapped their bodies a few times, and the shackles in their bodies were released. The 3 brothers held their heads high and stared angrily at Hailu Tianhou. Old man, we were tricked by you last time. This time, we'll settle the score. Humph. Hailu Tianhou snorted and stared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for the 3 brothers to step back. Leave it to me. You guys take a rest and watch the show. The 3 brothers wanted to say something, but they gave up when they saw the determination in Fang Chen's eyes. Be careful. This guy is a little strange. The 3 brothers warned. You're courting death. Seeing this, Gong Tianhou roared furiously and suddenly slammed his palm down. Vast power covered the palm and smashed into Fang Chen's body as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Crack. However, when the dust settled, everyone was shocked to see that Fang Chen didn't move at all. His clothes weren't torn, and there was a layer of golden light on the surface of his skin that easily blocked Hailu Tianhou's attack. Hailu Tianhou's face changed. He wanted to withdraw his palm, but it was too late. You want to leave? Fang Chen sneered. He took out his sword and performed the ultimate sword technique. Whoosh. The moment the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth shook. The ultimate sword art's power was unparalleled, and with Fang Chen's 10th order true Saint Realm battle prowess, no matter how strong Quan Tianhou was, he was no match for Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's sword pierced through Hailu Tianhou's body, causing him to let out a miserable cry. Boom! Hai Tianhou's body heavily smashed into the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear. Who are you? Hailu Tianhou asked in horror. This person's battle prowess was too strong. He could completely crush him. So strong. The three white ape brothers were stunned. They smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago, they had warned Fang Chen to be careful. Who would have thought that his battle prowess had already reached such a terrifying level? This guy is sick. When the three white ape brothers had cultivated with Fang Chen in the Life Forbidden Zone, they had already known how sick he was. However, they had not expected him to grow to such a level after a few hundred years. Even their grandfather might not be a match for him. To be able to easily crush a ninth-order true Saint Realm expert like Hailu Tianhou in the entire Origin world, unless the Primal Chaos Sovereign intervened, no one would be a match for him. The onlookers were also filled with shock as they tried to guess Fang Chen's identity. Crash! Hailu Tianhou knew that he was no match for Fang Chen and immediately tried to escape. However, how could he escape from Fang Chen's grasp? All they saw was Fang Chen slashing his sword at the void. The sword light instantly pierced through the heavens and earth and struck Hailu Tianhou's body, sending him flying. "Brother, please show mercy." All of a sudden, the three white ape brothers cried out. Fang Chen was puzzled. At this moment, the three white ape brothers voiced their request. This old guy likes to collect demonic pets and show them to the world. Let's give him a taste of his own medicine. We'll turn him into a demonic pet and lock him in a cage for everyone to see. What do you think? All right, I'll leave it to you. Fang Chen flicked his finger and a bright light drilled into Hailu Tianhou's body. The latter screamed and instantly lost his ability to fight. Then, he watched as the three white ape brothers threw him into a cage and chained him up, turning him into a demonic pet. "You!" Hailu Tianhou roared in anger. However, his cultivation had been crippled by Fang Chen. He did not even have the ability to commit suicide. He felt endless humiliation. Everyone in the square was dumbfounded. Hailu Tianhou, who was so arrogant just a moment ago, was now locked in a cage. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Soon, everyone in the city knew about Hailu Tianhou's situation. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. This damn demon had finally been executed. However, 3 days later, a person came to the square and faced Fang Chen. "Brother, no matter what, Hailu Tianhou is still a 9th-level Saint Realm powerhouse. What you're doing is a bit too much." This person had delicate features and looked like a scholar. However, Fang Chen felt that he was full of killing intent. This person was not simple. "Why didn't you show up when he treated us as demonic pets and showed us to the world?" The three white ape brothers said coldly. "Now that he's being countered by us, you're pretending to show up?" The scholar frowned. "Brother, Hailu Tianhou and I have some friendship. Can you let him go for my sake?" "Who do you think you are? Why should I?" The three white ape brothers were annoyed. They hated Hailu Tianhou. This person was pleading for Hailu Tianhou, which meant that he was an accomplice. The scholar took out a token from his arms that shone with a white light. The moment he saw the token, Fang Chen was stunned. He immediately asked, "Where did you get this token?" "Let Hailu Tianhou go and I'll give you the token and tell you everything you want to know," the scholar said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and motioned for the three white ape brothers to let Hailu Tianhou go. Although the three of them were unwilling, they still let him go. Bang! Hailu Tianhou was kicked to the front of the scholar. The latter kept his promise and threw the token to Fang Chen. He then said, "This token comes from the Great Snow Mountain." With that, he left with Hailu Tianhou. Before he left behind a ruthless sentence. Everyone has to pay the price for their impulsiveness. This sentence that was full of killing intent echoed in the void. "Brother!" The three white ape brothers were puzzled and asked in confusion. Fang Chen's dark eyes looked into the distance. He had mixed feelings. The Great Snow Mountain? Where was this place? Did the scholar and Hailu Tianhou both come from the Great Snow Mountain? Why would the scholar bring this token to find him? Could it be that he had discovered his identity? Or perhaps, the power behind him had discovered his identity? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression gradually became serious. If it was as he guessed, then what awaited him would be the greatest disaster. End of chapter. Chapter 3971. Why would the scholar bring this special medallion to this city? Was it just to save Gong Tianhou? The more he thought about it, the more serious Fang Chen's expression became. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. He was not sure if Gong Tianhou and the scholar were from the same faction. What was the origin of the great snow mountain behind the scholar? Was it related to the Chaos Realm? After a long while, Fang Chen shook his head hard and looked down at the token in his hand. Perhaps the answer to all the mysteries was hidden in this token? The three white ape brothers stared at Fang Chen. Although they did not know what the token meant, they noticed that Fang Chen's expression was very serious, so they did not disturb him. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Fang Chen stood in the square, trying to figure out the mystery of the token. But he gave up in the end. Although he sensed a familiar aura from the token that belonged to the Chaos Realm, he was unable to explore it. Therefore, he was puzzled. What was the relationship between the Great Snow Mountain and the Chaos Realm? The Origin World was a world that the devouring demon clan's patriarch had created by devouring 2/3 of the heavenly Tao fate of the Chaos Realm. Because the heavenly Tao origin here was perfect and flawless, it could give birth to many top experts. The primal Chaos Realm gradually declined and even reached the point of being exterminated. As Fang Chen shouldered the heavy responsibility of saving the Chaos World, he came into contact with far too many secrets. He became increasingly convinced that the experts of the Chaos World back then did not seem to have died in the Great Godfall War as recorded in the history book. Fang Chen guessed that they were the masterminds behind the scenes, and he was the best candidate to carry out the mission among the hundreds of millions of cultivators. Especially after entering the Origin World, he came into contact with the places that the experts of the Chaos Realm had visited. In the Cliff of Death, he even encountered some experts from the ancient civilization. There were also those sleeping experts. For example, Xing Wang, fisherman, and Great Emperor Miayu. Various signs indicated that there were still great experts of the Chaos Realm hiding in the Origin World, but it was not convenient for them to show themselves now. They were probably plotting something big. Now, Fang Chen had just come out of the Cliff of Death, and someone from the Great Snow Mountain had already delivered the token to him? He suspected that saving Heavenly Armor King was a lie, and giving him the token was real. If his guess was correct, what role did the Great Snow Mountain play? He definitely did not dare to go to the Great Snow Mountain. "Brother, what should we do now?" the three white ape brothers asked. Their original mission was to go to the Cliff of Death, to help Fang Chen snatch the demonic artifact and bring it out safely. Who would have thought that he would be ambushed by Helmut Tianhou on the way here? His cultivation would be sealed, and he would be locked up in a cage and displayed to the world as a pet. This made the three brothers very angry and very ashamed, because the person who saved them was actually their mission protector. But now, since Fang Chen had successfully escaped from the Cliff of Death and learned from their conversation that the ghost weapon had been taken away by the primitive tribes, their mission was naturally terminated. "Brother, do you want to come back with us to meet Grandfather?" Old Third asked. "You just came out of the Cliff of Death, and you might have been targeted by many forces. For safety's sake, you should come back with us," Old Second said. "The force behind the person who saved Heavenly Armor King will not let this matter rest," Old Third said. "Brother, you should be careful." Fang Chen's gaze swept across everyone, and then he nodded and thanked them. "Thank you for your kindness, the three of you and Senior White Ape. I still have some things to take care of, so I won't go back with you. When I'm done, I'll personally go to your tribe to thank Senior White Ape." "All right, then we'll part ways here." The three White Ape brothers bid farewell and returned to their tribe. Fang Chen's deep eyes stared in a certain direction. He vaguely sensed that the chaotic aura in the token seemed to be rippling. After this battle, Fang Chen's name had spread throughout the city. Wherever he went, everyone was very afraid, and their eyes were full of reverence. In the bustling restaurant, Fang Chen sat by the window, drinking and looking out of the window at the same time. Thud, thud, thud. After a while, the waiter came over with a white-haired old man. "Sir, the person you want is here," the waiter said, pointing at the white-haired old man. Crash! Fang Chen casually threw a lump of gold into the waiter's hand. The waiter smiled and said, "Senior White is a know-it-all. If you have any questions, just ask him." With that, the waiter left. Fang Chen pointed at the chair opposite him, motioning for the white-haired old man to sit down. "Little brother, you want to ask about the Great Snow Mountain?" The white-haired old man smiled. Fang Chen did not speak, and the white-haired old man continued, "The Great Snow Mountain is very mysterious. They have been developing in secret, and their people rarely come out. I happen to know some information about the Great Snow Mountain, but my fee is a little high." "How much?" Fang Chen asked. The white-haired old man stretched out a finger and said with a smile, "The origin pill and a saint-level secret technique." Fang Chen did not hesitate and directly threw the origin pill and the saint-level secret technique to the white-haired old man. Seeing this, the old man was overjoyed and immediately said, "Brother, you are a straightforward person. This old man will tell you everything he knows." "Tell me everything you know about the Great Snow Mountain," Fang Chen said. "The scholar who saved Helian Tianhou is not from the Great Snow Mountain. Strictly speaking, he is a member of a subordinate force of the Great Snow Mountain. Helian Tianhou is his best friend, so he took action. He had no choice but to use the token to save Helian Tianhou. That token is called a kill order in the Great Snow Mountain." Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. "A kill order?" The white-haired old man nodded. "Yes, a kill order. If the Great Snow Mountain wants to kill someone, they will give them a kill order in advance. There was a rumor in the Jianghu that as long as one received a kill order, they would definitely die. The scholar gave me a kill order because he wanted to kill me?" Fang Chen asked. The white-haired old man said that the kill order in the scholar's hand was actually given to the force behind him by the Great Snow Mountain. It was equivalent to a trump card. If he wanted to kill someone, he just had to throw the kill order to the person, and the people of the Great Snow Mountain would kill the person who had the kill order. How could he be so sure that the kill order could save Helian Tianhou's life? Fang Chen asked in return. If it was someone else who could not sense the chaotic aura in the kill order, then what was the difference between this kill order and an ordinary token? No one could recognize the kill token. Did that mean that it was just an ordinary token? End of chapter. Chapter 3972. The white-haired old man was known as the Jianghu know-it-all and knew many important secrets that most people did not. Moreover, he was somewhat famous in the origin world. Many large factions would seek him out for information. Fang Chen had also heard of this news, which was why he had asked the waiter to find him. As expected, he had obtained a lot of information regarding the Great Snow Mountain. It was true that the scholar had saved Guan Tianhou because the two of them were best friends. The scholar had no choice but to take out the kill token that the Great Snow Mountain had given to the faction behind him in exchange for Guan Tianhou. However, outsiders had never seen the kill token before, so it was impossible for them to recognize it. This meant that even Fang Chen might not recognize the kill token. Why did the scholar think that the Great Snow Mountain's kill token could save Guan Tianhou's life? If Fang Chen had not sensed the familiar aura of the chaotic realm from the kill token, how could he have let Guan Tianhou go? After hearing the white-haired old man's words, Fang Chen sank into deep thought. What was going on? Why was the scholar so certain that he would accept the kill token? The kill token meant death for ordinary people. No one was willing to see the kill warrant, and it was even more impossible for someone to take it into their arms. This matter. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment and raised his head to glance at Fang Chen. The latter took out another origin pill from his bosom. After the old man took it, he said, "From what I know, although the kill token is a token used by the Great Snow Mountain to kill enemies, more importantly, it contains a unique aura. I was fortunate enough to see a kill token that was exactly the same as the one you have. After studying it carefully, I discovered that the unique aura within the kill token can cause the power in a cultivator's body to vibrate and resonate, allowing the cultivator's strength to increase by leaps and bounds," the white-haired old man said. "Oh!" Fang Chen was stunned. Could the unique aura that the white-haired old man was talking about be the aura of the chaotic realm? Then why was the Great Snow Mountain able to create such a unique kill token? Who was controlling the Great Snow Mountain behind the scenes? Could it be related to the experts of the Chaos Realm? "So, you're saying that even if I didn't recognize the killing token and sense the unique aura within it, I would still accept it as a treasure?" Fang Chen asked. The white-haired old man nodded. He had no reason to refuse. Although the kill order represented death, it also represented opportunity. It was said that as long as one could fully comprehend the special aura contained within the kill order and refine it, the Great Snow Mountain would cancel their pursuit. On the other hand, this was also a way for the Great Snow Mountain to test the world. "Has anyone managed to refine the aura within all these years?" Fang Chen asked. This was what he was most concerned about. After all, the person who could refine the aura of the chaotic realm in the kill order was definitely someone from the chaotic realm. There was one person who succeeded. He managed to refine the killing order. Not long after, the Great Snow Mountain announced that they had stopped hunting him down. However, everyone discovered that after that, that person had completely disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The white-haired elder muttered. This was why everyone's expression changed when they heard about the killing token. Was he killed by the Great Snow Mountain? Fang Chen frowned. The Great Snow Mountain's method always gave him the illusion that they were deliberately looking for people from the chaotic realm. He now had two guesses. First, the Great Snow Mountain was controlled by experts from the chaotic realm. They deliberately used the killing token as bait to find lost experts from the chaotic realm. Second, the Great Snow Mountain was controlled by experts from the Devouring Demon clan. They used the killing token as bait to kill enemies from the chaotic realm who had sneaked into the origin world. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath. His expression became solemn. Things were becoming more and more confusing. Even he could not determine the Great Snow Mountain's role in this matter. "I've said all that needs to be said. Brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Throw away the killing token and go as far as you can," the white-haired elder advised. Fang Chen nodded. "All right, you can go back first." After the white-haired elder left, Fang Chen's eyes shone with a complicated light. He got up and left the restaurant. Not long after, Fang Chen appeared in a mountain range. This mountain range was crisscrossed with towering trees. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard in the lush mountain range. He headed north. This was already the 9th day since Fang Chen left the city. Once he crossed this mountain range, he would be able to enter the territory of the Scholars faction. Rip! While Fang Chen was sitting on a rock to rest, a tearing sound suddenly came from the void. His expression instantly became solemn as he looked around vigilantly. It was also at this moment that an 8-clawed centipede suddenly appeared out of thin air. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at him. Boom! Fang Chen did not say anything and directly used the ultimate sword technique. Swoosh! The terrifying sword light crisscrossed and tore apart the 8-clawed centipede. The 8-clawed centipede's head fell to the ground. Its gong-sized eyes stared at Fang Chen as it lost its life. There's something strange about this mountain range. Fang Chen realized that this mountain range was not what it looked like on the surface. There was something strange about it. This 8-clawed centipede was obviously very strong, but it could not withstand his sword. It did not make sense. What's going on? Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and probed the surrounding situation clearly. Other than this 8-clawed centipede, there was no other demonic beast. This made him even more puzzled. Let's go. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Fang Chen quickened his pace and rushed into the depths of the mountain range. Not long after he left, 2 figures appeared near the 8-clawed centipede's corpse. Their bodies were covered with a monstrous demonic aura. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize them as the demon-devouring clan. Humph, what an idiot! Another one has come to die. The 2 looked at each other, their eyes full of murderous intent. Even a 9th-level Saint Realm martial artist would lose his combat effectiveness after being contaminated by the 8-clawed centipede's poison. The man in black sneered. Does this guy really think he's strong enough to kill the 8-clawed centipede with one sword? The other person said. It turned out that the 8-clawed centipede was secretly controlled by the 2 of them. In fact, the 8-clawed centipede's combat effectiveness was very strong, but the 2 of them deliberately suppressed the 8-clawed centipede's power and let Fang Chen kill it with one sword. He did not realize that the 8-clawed centipede's blood had seeped through the sword and stained his palm. Let's go. The poison is about to take effect. Be careful later. Although he is not strong, his sword technique is very strange. Although the man in black was conceited, he was very vigilant. He had studied swordsmanship quite a bit. The sword that Fang Chen had just swung was very amazing. After that, the 2 of them quickly moved in the direction that Fang Chen had left. The 2 of them could not wait to kill Fang Chen, their prey. Fang Chen, Star and Moon. Chapter 3973. In the mountain range, Fang Chen rushed forward, leaving behind afterimages in the dense forest. But soon, he realized that his palm was stained with the 8-clawed centipede's blood. The blood on his palm was corroding his flesh. Poison. Fang Chen frowned. Although the 8-clawed centipede was a very poisonous monster, its poison was mainly stored in its 8 claws. It was impossible for its blood to contain poison. He raised his palm and smelled it. His face changed slightly. This wasn't the 8-clawed centipede's poison, but someone else's. Someone had injected poison into the 8-clawed centipede's blood. This poison was colorless and odorless, and when it mixed with the 8-clawed centipede's blood, its toxicity would increase tenfold. Even a 9th-level Sage Realm martial artist would lose their fighting strength after being infected with this poison. Someone is controlling the 8-clawed centipede to deal with me? Fang Chen guessed. He immediately used his ultimate force to refine the poison in his blood. In a short while, the poison that could kill a 9th-level Sage Realm martial artist was easily refined. At this moment, rustling sounds came from the forest. Then, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. As soon as they appeared, they locked onto Fang Chen. Kid, your resistance is pretty good. You haven't collapsed yet. According to their prediction, after being poisoned, Lin Fan would lose his fighting strength and collapse within a few seconds. However, Fang Chen was still standing steadily. His face was ruddy. It seemed that he was struggling to refine the poison. Don't waste your time. You can't refine the poison. The other person said disdainfully. Over the years, who knew how many people had died at the hands of the 2 of them? This poison was what they relied on to survive. It was always successful. Everyone who was poisoned died in the end. There was no exception. Therefore, in their eyes, Fang Chen was already a dead man. It was just a matter of how and when he would die. What do you want to do? Fang Chen asked calmly. Now that he had refined the poison, the 2 people in front of him were like ants. However, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he wanted to ask if he could glean any useful information from them. For someone who was about to die, the 2 of them were still very magnanimous. There's no harm in telling you. You're going to die anyway. The black-clothed man said, the 2 of us found an altar. That altar was left behind by a former sovereign. However, we were unable to open it. We needed 36,000 types of blood to open it. For so many years, us two brothers have been lurking here, using the 8-clawed centipede to confuse passing warriors. As long as they are poisoned, they will die in our hands. So far, we have collected 30,000 drops of blood. Hearing this, Fang Chen was also stunned. The altar left behind by the sovereign required 36,000 types of blood. Only the liquid can open it. As for those two people, they had already collected 30,000 drops of blood. This meant that 30,000 cultivators had died by their hand. It was too cruel. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for being so cruel? Fang Chen asked. Punishment by the heavens? What a joke. As long as we collect enough blood, open the altar, and obtain the sovereign's inheritance, we will be invincible in the world. Why would we be afraid of the heavens? In the world of martial arts cultivation, the strong are respected. The fist is the absolute truth. If they die in our hands, they can only blame themselves for not being strong enough. If we have invincible strength, all schemes and tricks will be useless. Fang Chen shook his head. You shouldn't have thought of using me. Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to threaten us? The two of them looked at each other and then directly attacked. However, an unexpected scene happened. They saw that Fang Chen did not lose his combat strength. Instead, he slapped out a palm that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The void palm hit one of them hard. Suddenly, a scream was heard. That person collapsed on the ground and lost his combat strength. Seventh brother. The black-clothed man screamed loudly and kept retreating. His body was trembling. The palm just now was ridiculously strong. In so many years, he had never met such a powerful opponent. Who are you? His voice was trembling, and his heart was filled with fear. Why is the poison ineffective on you? The blood of the 8-clawed centipede could increase the efficacy of their special poison by 100-fold. In the past, all the Saint Realm warriors would definitely die if they were poisoned. But now, this person was clearly poisoned, and there was still the 8-clawed centipede's blood on his hand, but he was unharmed. What was going on? Could it be that he had managed to refine the poison in just a few seconds? No. The black-clothed man shook his head frantically, unable to believe it. Does it matter? Fang Chen stepped forward and came in front of the black-clothed man and said calmly. It didn't matter who he was. What was important was that the two of them wanted to kill him, so they had to be prepared to bear the consequences. Kill. The black-clothed man lowered his head and suddenly raised it. A ray of light shot out from his eyes, condensing into an icicle, and pierced Fang Chen's eyeball as fast as lightning. Crack. However, when the icicle arrived in front of Fang Chen, the latter casually smashed it with his palm. The black-clothed man slumped to the ground the moment the icicle shattered. The icicle contained a primordial spirit attack, which was his trump card. Even the icicle had shattered. Without a doubt, this person's strength was above the 9th level Saint Realm. Could it be a half-step Primal Chaos Supreme? Only a half-step Primal Chaos Supreme could have such exaggerated strength. Where is the altar you found? Fang Chen asked. The black-robed man was like a walking corpse. He didn't say a single word, but it didn't matter. Fang Chen utilized his primordial spirit at the Tao manifestation level and directly searched the man's soul. He quickly found out the location of the altar. Deep in the mountains? Fang Chen muttered to himself as he raised his head and looked into the depths of the mountains. With a scream, the black-clothed man died. His primordial spirit couldn't withstand the power of a primordial spirit of the primordial spirit at the primordial spirit level. It shattered and lost its vitality. Swoosh! Fang Chen flicked his finger, and the other person fell into a pool of blood. Not even in their wildest dreams would the two of them have imagined that the poison that had always been effective would change and cause them to lose their lives. Of course, this was just a small interlude. As far as Fang Chen was concerned, the altar left behind by the supreme-grade powerhouse had successfully attracted his attention. Before this, The only Supremes he had come into contact with should be Sky Dragon Supreme. He had obtained Sky Dragon Supreme's heart and used the ghost weapon to refine it to the final step. He was just short of an opportunity to completely integrate it. As for Fu Jian, he had only obtained his inheritance and had never come into contact with him. Thump, thump, thump. Fang Chen could feel the heart in his body slowly beating. The ghost weapon had completely integrated Sky Dragon Supreme's heart into his, and the two had become one. However, he could still feel a gap. End of chapter. Chapter 3974. In the depths of the mountain range, there was an altar that seemed to have been left behind by a sovereign. This was the information that Fang Chen obtained from the soul search. At the same time, he also obtained the 30,000 types of blood that the two had collected over the years. When Fang Chen took out the vessel that contained the blood, a fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. He almost fainted. The smell of blood was unbearable for those who had not experienced life and death situations. What a vicious method! At the same time, Fang Chen said coldly, the two of them did not die unjustly. The blood in the vessel represented at least 30,000 lives that had died in their hand. It was simply too cruel. However, he did not say anything. He followed the correct path and moved forward quickly. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way and smoothly arrived at the end of the mountain range. In a dark valley there was a red altar. At a glance, Fang Chen's heart trembled. The altar gave off a very shocking feeling, as if it was watered with scarlet blood. Was it left behind by a sovereign? Fang Chen whispered and jumped into the valley. Immediately, a vast smell of blood filled the air. He saw some footprints on the ground. These two belonged to the two of them. It seemed that they were pretty good. They had been guarding the valley, but could not get close to the altar. Deadly poison? Fang Chen saw the scarlet blood flowing not far from the altar. He could clearly feel that the deadly poison contained in the blood of the eight-clawed centipede was exactly the same as the scarlet blood. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With a flick of his finger, he shot a stone into the scarlet blood. Immediately, the stone shattered and was corroded. As expected, Fang Chen could already confirm that the scarlet blood flowing from the altar was the source of the deadly poison used by the two of them. No wonder. Fang Chen was enlightened. The blood itself was a type of deadly poison. Naturally, it could merge with the blood of the eight-clawed centipede. Fang Chen also knew that it was not just the eight-clawed centipede. As long as it was the blood of a demonic beast, it could increase the power of the deadly poison. Why is this scarlet blood flowing from the altar? Fang Chen began to ponder. What was inside the altar? Was this the blood of some kind of creature? He seriously thought about it. Memories surfaced in his mind, but he really couldn't think of what kind of creature's blood would have such a strong poison. Generally speaking, if any living being had this kind of poison in their blood, it would be impossible for them to survive. Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The scarlet blood seemed to have sensed life. It flowed slowly along the ground. After a while, it arrived at Fang Chen's feet, passing through his shoes and covering his feet. Fang Chen felt a heart-wrenching pain. Only then did he wake up from his thoughts. He subconsciously looked down and was shocked to find that unknowingly, the scarlet blood under the altar had flowed to his feet, corroding his shoes and covering his feet. Blood has spirituality? Or is there an expert's will in the altar? Fang Chen felt even more complicated. At the same time, he used his ultimate power to expel and refine the scarlet blood on his feet. The scarlet blood seemed to have sensed the threat of the ultimate power and quickly retreated, returning to the altar. At this time, Fang Chen's heart suddenly beat violently. Fang Chen was surprised. His heart had fused with the Sky Dragon Supreme's heart. Although there was still a small gap, it could be considered the toughest part of his body. After all, it was tainted with the Supreme's aura. The altar could actually cause his heart to beat. Could it be that this altar was really left behind by a supreme? Walala! Scarlet blood constantly flowed out from the red altar. Fang Chen's heart also beat faster and faster. He slowly walked to the altar and touched the scarlet blood. 1. The scarlet blood instantly drilled into his body. Then, Fang Chen discovered that the poison didn't spread. Instead, it was all absorbed by his heart. Fang Chen was even more surprised. Could the Sky Dragon Supreme's heart be able to resist the poison? Hiss. Fang Chen directly pressed his palm into the scarlet blood and crazily absorbed it. His heart also beat faster and faster. There was even a trace of powerful aura being emitted. 1. The aura of a supreme. This was the unique aura of the Sky Dragon Supreme. A dragon roar resounded from his heart, resounding through the sky. It was also at this moment that the scarlet blood under the altar suddenly stopped flowing. The entire altar instantly froze. There seemed to be a faint frenzied cry coming from the altar. Thump, 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 thump. The heartbeat also became irregular. Gradually, Fang Chen's eyes became unfocused and lost. His body uncontrollably walked to the altar. In the next moment, the scarlet blood in the altar crazily spurted out and sprinkled on his body. Then, drop by drop, it quickly fused into his body and was absorbed by his heart. In just a few seconds, the amount of scarlet blood absorbed by his heart had already reached 80% of Fang Chen's blood. This was already a terrifying number. If it wasn't for his heart, the scarlet blood would spread throughout his body. Even a half-step primal chaos sovereign would die. At this moment, Fang Chen was completely delirious. All of his actions were controlled by his heart. He sat cross-legged on the altar with his palms together. The altar was still spurting out scarlet blood, as if it was specially for him to cultivate. After absorbing a large amount of scarlet blood, the heart began to refine it. The last crack seemed to be closing up. If Fang Chen was awake at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. Even a ghost weapon couldn't make the heart of the Sky Dragon Supreme merge with his. The scarlet blood on the altar was like a lubricant, perfectly lubricating the two hearts, causing the final gap between them to disappear completely. Clang! The moment the two hearts completely merged, the great Tao thunderous sound resounded in Fang Chen's ears. He fell into a state of enlightenment. On this day, all the cultivators in the entire Origin realm heard the thunderous voice of the Great Path. They fell into a daze like walking corpses. However, it only lasted for a few seconds before they returned to normal. Strangely enough, they couldn't remember anything about it at all. It was as if it had never happened. Only a few top grand cultivators seemed to have realized something. They looked in a certain direction with a solemn expression and pinched their fingers. The heavenly tribulation is coming. After a long time, the ancient powerhouses sighed. The great Tao thunderous sound had appeared, and the heavenly tribulation was coming. A calamity that would sweep across the entire world would appear. Who could survive this calamity? However, the main character who caused this phenomenon, Fang Chen, was still immersed in the process of the fusion of the hearts. End of chapter. Chapter 3975. In the depths of the mountain range, on the altar, Fang Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He could feel a scorching energy entering his body from the altar. At this moment, he was fusing with the last sliver of his heart, and was gradually completing it. Golden light flickered where his heart was. When the last sliver of Sovereign's aura fused with the heart of the Sky Dragon Sovereign, his heart was considered to have completely fused. At this moment, Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes. He could feel the energy in his body vibrating. Over 90 strands of ultimate force were frantically revolving around his heart. It was as if his heart was the source of energy. He could clearly feel that his heart contained an extremely powerful true dragon force. After all, the Sky Dragon Sovereign was once a primal chaos sovereign. Even though he had fallen a long time ago, his heart still contained the pressure of a sovereign. It resonated with the sovereign's aura in the altar, allowing the Sky Dragon Sovereign's heart to completely fuse with Fang Chen's heart. At this moment, the toughest part of Fang Chen's body was his heart. In other words, if he were to encounter a life or death crisis, as long as he hid his Yuan spirit in his heart, he would be able to escape the calamity. There was almost no one below the sovereign realm that could injure his heart. Of course, he couldn't be careless because of this. After all, the world was vast and full of wonders. If he could cultivate the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, perhaps others could as well. If there was a cultivator of the same realm who cultivated the complete cultivation system of the ancient civilization, it might pose a threat to his heart. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. The heart of the Sky Dragon Sovereign had finally completely fused with his heart. He didn't expect that those two fellows who had collected over 30,000 types of blood would end up giving him a wedding dress. If it wasn't for the last sliver of Sovereign's aura in the altar, he didn't know when the sliver of Sovereign's aura in his heart would be completely fused. He slowly got up and began to look around, seriously sizing up the altar. This altar wasn't any different from an ordinary altar. But what really moved Fang Chen was that according to those two fellows, there was indeed Sovereign's aura in the altar, and it had already been sucked dry by him. The question he was pondering now was whether this altar was personally created by a sovereign, or had the sovereign just been here and left behind a sliver of his aura? Who was the supreme martial artist that came here? First of all, Fang Chen excluded the demon-devouring clan's Zhi Zun. After all, the demon-devouring clan and the creatures of the Chaos Realm were mortal enemies. Even a wisp of Zhi Zun's aura would repel the creatures of the Chaos Realm. It was impossible for them to absorb it so smoothly. Secondly, he eliminated the possibility of it being a beast, as he could sense that the wisp of Nine Heavens Supreme's aura had perfectly merged with the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Supreme. Everyone knew that the Heavenly Dragon Sovereign was from the human race, and there was always a certain difference between him and the demon race. The Sovereign's aura in the altar was definitely not left behind by the demon race's sovereign. Could it be the autarch of the primal Chaos Realm? Fang Chen frowned thoughtfully. Up until now, he had come into contact with far too many secrets. He even speculated that there were many invisible hands behind his back, such as the Grand Monarchs and the Primal Chaos Paragons, who everyone thought were dead. Fang Chen had even guessed who Supreme Master Fujian was. However, after so many years, there was no evidence to prove that Supreme Master Fujian was still alive. Although the origin world was the nest of the demon-devouring clan, there were still other clans that had spawned over the countless years. Many experts of the Chaos Realm had even infiltrated the origin world. Furthermore, the top experts of the Chaos Realm had once entered the origin world to fight against the demon-devouring clan for the sake of the Chaos Realm's survival. That battle had been extremely tragic, with many casualties. Even the demon-devouring clan's chief had been severely injured, and had been in seclusion ever since. Although he had come out of seclusion a few times later on, and created the legendary Battle of the Gods, extracting 2/3 of the Heavenly Tao's origin from the Chaos Realm. However, the injuries he had suffered back then had never healed. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since I've already merged with the heart of the Heavenly Dragon Supreme, I'll explore it in the future. It would be difficult to explore without any clues. Perhaps the truth would come to light when he stepped into the primal Chaos Realm." At this thought, Fang Chen bowed to the altar and thanked it, then quickly left. However, what he did not see was that not long after he left, an ancient sigh came from the altar, as if it had crossed the river of time. This sigh contained very complex emotions. After a long time, the sigh disappeared, and the altar turned into ruins as if it had never existed. Sha sha sha. After the last sliver of the heart had merged, Fang Chen's combat strength soared again, and he had condensed 99 strands of ultimate force. He only needed one more strand to step into the 11th Order Saint realm. However, he knew that this last strand was a bottleneck, and it would be difficult to break through in a short time. After leaving the mountain range, he entered the territory of the Scholars' faction. Taishin sect. The Scholars' faction was called Taishin sect. It was not very famous in the origin world, and few people knew about it. Fang Chen only knew about it from Jiang Hu's all-knowing man. Since ancient times, Taishin sect had been a subordinate faction of the Great Snow Mountain, and the scholar was the most outstanding genius of the Taishin sect's younger generation. He even had a chance to become a supremacy. All the resources of the Taishin sect were tilted toward him, and even the kill order given by the Great Snow Mountain was personally rewarded to the scholar by the Taishin Hierophant. Taishin City was an indestructible city, and it was also one of the busiest cities in the barren land of the origin world. At this moment, inside Taishin sect, the Hierophant sat on the bronze throne at the head of the table. Many elders stood on either side of him, and below him knelt a young man. This man lowered his head and confessed, "Hierophant, I know I was wrong." The scholar apologized again and again in fear, and he promised that he would never do it again. "You went too far in this matter." One of the elders shook his head. What was the kill order? It was given by the Great Snow Mountain personally, and it was equivalent to a trump card. As long as the kill order was used, the Great Snow Mountain would send experts to kill the person who received the kill order. The Taishin Hierophant gave the scholar the kill order so that he could use it at a critical moment, but he used it to save Helmut Tianho. You used the kill order to save someone. How could you do that? Another elder said coldly. You are the future hope of Taishin sect. How could you do such a stupid thing? The Taishin Hierophant's dark eyes stared at the scholar. No one knew what he was thinking. The scholar was scared out of his wit. He knew very well how cruel the Taishin Hierophant was, and he was filled with regret. When he saw Helmut Tianho being humiliated, he was hot-headed and used the kill order. Now that he thought about it, he really should not have done that. End of chapter. Chapter 3976. The Taishin Hierophant was one of the 8 war gods under the command of the Great Snow Mountain. His strength had already reached the threshold of the Supreme Plane. Even in the Great Snow Mountain, he was considered a powerful person. He had created the Taishin sect to select the younger generation of geniuses for the Great Snow Mountain. As long as a disciple caught his eye, he would use all the resources of the Taishin sect to train them and send them to the Great Snow Mountain in the future. Now, there were many cultivators in the Great Snow Mountain, and many of them were sent there by the Taishin Hierophant. Therefore, the Taishin Hierophant was very prestigious in the Great Snow Mountain. Among the 8 war gods, he was one of the best. Therefore, the master of the Great Snow Mountain had given him a kill order. This kill order was different from other kill orders. It was a kill order of the highest level. It meant that the master of the Great Snowy Mountain could make a move once in a life-and-death situation. It was equivalent to having a second life. However, the scholar had used it to save Helmut Tianho without knowing it. The Taishin Hierophant was very angry. On the bronze throne, the Taishin Hierophant was dressed in a black robe. His entire body exuded a cold aura. He stared at the scholar. The air in the entire meeting hall seemed to freeze. Even the other elders felt a chill. Hierophant, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. The scholar kowtowed and begged for mercy. What a joke. Just feeling the terrifying aura of the Taishin Hierophant was enough to make him tremble. He was terrified. He was very afraid of the Taishin Hierophant. I gave you the kill order to let you cultivate well and not have any worries. When you reach a certain level, I will send you to the Great Snow Mountain. However, you did not cherish it. The Taishin Hierophant was very disappointed with the scholar's actions. He waved his sleeve and an ice arrow shot out. It arrived in front of the scholar as fast as lightning and went straight for his head. Many elders in the meeting hall looked at each other. No one dared to plead for mercy for the scholar. They knew that the Taishan Hierophant was really angry. Hierophant! The scholar was almost crying. If the ice arrow had been a little closer, he would have died. He was scared out of his wits and his body trembled. Even so, he still begged for mercy. Crack! The ice arrow that was about to shoot at the scholar suddenly shattered. Then, the solemn atmosphere in the meeting hall disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Whoosh! All the elders heaved a sigh of relief. The scholar cried tears of joy and repeatedly kowtowed to thank the cult master. Many thanks for the cult master's grace of not killing me. I will definitely work hard in my cultivation in the future to repay the cult master. Humph, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, the Taishan Hierophant said in a low voice. Before the Great Snow Mountain kills that person, you must find the killing order for me. No matter what method you use, I only want result. It was because of the scholar's extraordinary talent that the Taishan Hierophant did not want to kill him. That was why he gave him a chance. Sect leader, don't worry. Even if I die, I will bring back the kill order. The scholar kowtowed and then left. In the conference hall, time was of the essence. They had to find Fong Chen before the Great Snow Mountain acted and take back the kill order. Sect Master, the person who obtained the kill order was able to easily defeat Hai Tianho. His strength shouldn't be low. At the very least, he should be a peak 9th level Sage Realm expert. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for the scholar to take back the kill order from him. An elder muttered. Moreover, the Great Snow Mountain is already on the move. Another person added. The Taishan Hierophant said, I'll make the arrangements. After leaving the conference hall, the scholar wiped away his tears. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He exuded a cold aura and came to the courtyard where Hai Tianho was. Big brother. Seeing the scholar, Hai Tianho's face was full of smiles. If it wasn't for his big brother, he would have died at the hands of that guy. Every time he thought of this, his anger soared. He, Hai Tianho, had swept through a city, but he ended up like this. He could not accept it. Hai Tianho, the scholar said coldly. The scholar said with a cold expression, Do you know the price I paid to save you? Hailu Tianho was dumbfounded. The scholar had only taken out a command medallion to save him. He hadn't paid a huge price. Hailu Tianho realized that the scholar's expression wasn't good, and his eyes were filled with anger. He hurriedly asked, Big brother, what happened? That token was a kill order given to the Taishan sect by the Great Snow Mountain. I used the kill order to save you without permission and angered the sect master. I was almost executed by him. Fortunately, I'm talented. I'm the most outstanding genius of the Taishan sect in the past 1,000 years, so I was spared. Hearing this, Hai Tianho sucked in a breath of cold air. The Taishan Hierophant wanted to kill the scholar because of a token. What was going on? Wait. The scholar's token was a kill order? Kill order? Hai Tianho's eyes widened. That guy took the kill order from the Great Snow Mountain. Doesn't that mean he's dead for sure? When he thought of the kill order, the first thing he thought of was the bloody rumor in the Jianghu. The scholar said coldly, He's definitely going to die, but not at the hands of the Great Snow Mountain. He's going to die at my hands. The sect master gave me a chance to live. The condition is that I kill that guy before the Great Snow Mountain and take back the kill order. This, Hai Tianho was a little anxious. Once the kill order was issued, the Great Snow Mountain would act immediately. If he wanted to take back the kill order before they did, wouldn't that be a race against death? He finally understood why the scholar's expression was so cold. It was about his life and death. Big brother, what are you going to do? This brother's life was saved by you. As long as you give the order, even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, this brother will not even frown. Hailu Tianho patted his chest and promised. Seeing this, the scholar's expression softened. Before he came, he had already thought about it. It was impossible for him to take back the kill order with his own strength. He had to rely on Hai Tianho's strength. It's time to use the connections you've accumulated over the years. The scholar knew that Hai Tianho had many friends and knew many strong people. Hai Tianho's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll contact them now. Next, the two of them began to discuss how to deal with Fang Chen. The latter was too strong. They couldn't fight him head-on, so they had to use a strategy. Array masters, talisman masters, weapon masters, pill masters, and Hai Tianho could all find helpers. Okay, it's decided. You go and contact those people. I'll go and find out where he is, the scholar said. The two of them split up. However, they didn't expect that the person they wanted to deal with had already come to the Taishan sect's territory and was asking about the scholar and the Taishan sect. If nothing went wrong, Fang Chen would take the initiative to attack the Taishan sect soon. End of chapter. Chapter 3977. Fang Chen had gained a lot from coming out of the mountain range. He still did not know that he had been targeted by the Taishan sect. Since he wanted to know the secret behind the kill order, he naturally had to start with the scholar. How did he know that he would let him go after seeing the kill order? What was going on? Before sunset, Fang Chen came to a nearby city. This city was called Xianlong City. According to the locals, a true dragon had once appeared in this city, hence the name. There were very few devouring demons in Xianlong City. One could only meet one occasionally. Most of them were from the subordinate forces of the Taishan sect. Xianlong Pavilion. Fang Chen stopped and raised his head to take a look. There were 3 bold and forceful words written on the shiny golden signboard. Vaguely, he heard a dragon's roar in his mind. His primordial spirit shook. Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. At this moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Dear customer, are you here to purchase information? Xianlong Pavilion was a famous information organization in Xianlong City. It was also one of the overlords in charge of the entire city. They made a living by selling information. Yes. Fang Chen nodded. The elder bowed to him and asked with a smile, Sir, what kind of information do you want to buy? At the same time, the elder invited Fang Chen into a room. The Taishan sect, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the old man's expression changed slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal. Countless people came to Xian Dragon City every day. Many people would come to Xian Dragon Pavilion at the first opportunity to inquire about the Supreme Mystery Sect. However, Xianlong Pavilion had a rule. Other than the younger generation of disciples, they would not sell any other information about the Taishan sect. After all, Xianlong Pavilion was also afraid of the Taishan sect. Name, the elder said. The scholar. He knew from Bai Shaoxing that the person was called the scholar. He was one of the best of the younger generation in the Taishan sect. A saint-level weapon. Even saint-level weapons were divided into strong and weak ones. As for the information on the head disciple of the Taishan sect, the old man asked for a high-level saint-level weapon. Fang Chen readily agreed. During his time at the Cliff of Death, he had obtained many saint-level weapons, and they were all left behind by the peak experts of the ancient times. Some of the insides were broken, while others were damaged. They weren't of much use to him. After passing the saint-level weapon to the old man, he inspected it. His attitude towards Fang Chen underwent a 180-degree change, because he could tell that this weapon was extraordinary. To be able to take out such a weapon so easily, it was likely that he was no ordinary person. Greetings, esteemed guest. This is all the information you wanted about the scholar, the old man said. Among the many files, he found the scholar's file. Fang Chen took the file and prepared to leave. Sir, please wait. The old man called out to Fang Chen. He turned his head and looked puzzled. The old man continued, Sir, To be able to take out such a saint-level weapon so casually, you must not be short of money. Coincidentally, our mysterious dragon pavilion is going to hold an auction soon. Sir, are you interested? The mysterious dragon pavilion's auction was very famous. The experts of the nearby cities would all come to participate. Even the devouring demons would come. Auction, Fang Qin muttered. The old man quickly took out a small booklet from his bosom and handed it to Fang Qin. After which, he said, "This is a booklet regarding the auction. The items to be auctioned this time are recorded in detail. Of course, the last 3 items to be auctioned are not on it. In every auction, the items for the finale would be fought over crazily. The mysterious dragon pavilion purposely did not reveal them to leave a suspense and attract more people to participate in the auction. Originally, Fang Qin was not interested in participating. However, when he saw that there were people from the Great Snow Mountain on the invitation list in the booklet, he was somewhat moved. When does it start? Fang Qin asked. In 3 days. It will be held in the mysterious dragon pavilion, the old man said. Fang Qin nodded and accepted the old man's invitation. All right, I will attend in 3 days. Sir, this is my token. You can enter the auction directly with it. The old man took out his token. Fang Qin thought for a while and suddenly thought of something. He asked, "There should be a VIP room in the auction, right?" He did not want to expose his identity and did not want the people from the Great Snow Mountain and the Supreme Mystery Sect to recognize him. He wanted to go to a VIP room. In the past, he had attended countless auctions. He knew that there would usually be VIP rooms in the auction. Some important people were not willing to show their faces easily. These VIP rooms were for their convenience. There is, but... The old man was somewhat embarrassed. He had invited Fang Qin to participate in the auction because he saw that Fang Qin could casually take out a high-grade saint-level weapon. He must be a rich man. If Yi Shiwen could successfully bid in the auction, the old man would be able to get a free reward as the person who recommended him. However, it was somewhat difficult for him to get a VIP room for Yi Shiwen. Why? Is there a problem? Fang Qin asked. The old man gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, you may not know, but the VIP rooms in the mysterious Dragon Pavilion's auction are limited. There are too many important people participating. It is very difficult to enter a VIP room, unless you have enough wealth." According to the rules of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion, wealth was everything. As long as one had enough wealth, they would be qualified to enter a VIP room. Voila! Fang Qin did not say anything and took out a pile of saint-level weapons. Although most of them were broken, the smell of blood within them had never dissipated. The aura caused the old man to retreat continuously, panting heavily. So scary. The old man shook his head forcefully. Thinking of the scene just now, he still felt a lingering fear. "Are these enough?" Fang Qin asked. The old man quickly nodded. What kind of joke was this? He had never seen so many saint-level weapons in his life. At this moment, his attitude toward Fang Qin was like how he treated those important people, full of reverence. "Of course it is enough. Sir, don't worry. I will prepare a VIP room for you. You can come here directly in 3 days," the old man said as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. "All right. I will be there on time in 3 days. After saying that, Fang Qin turned and left the mysterious dragon pavilion. "Who?" After Fang Qin completely disappeared, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. The pressure from those saint-level weapons was too strong. Even the old man found it hard to breathe. Where exactly did this fellow come from? He is so young, but he already has so many baleful saint-level weapons. The old man's eyes darted around, trying to guess Fang Qin's identity. His intuition told him that this person might be a disciple of some hidden clan or an outstanding talent who had experienced life and death, tempering himself with blood and fire. The baleful aura contained in those saint-level weapons was enough to explain everything. End of chapter. Chapter 3978. The old man in the profound dragon pavilion was actually a deacon. His authority was second only to the pavilion master and the three elders. Usually, he could make decisions for most of the matters. However, he did not dare to make decisions for something as big as the profound dragon auction. After all, it was the profound dragon pavilion's signature. Only the pavilion master could reserve a VIP room for others, even if the three elders were not present. Fang Chen's wealth had already reached the standard of a VIP room. However, there were limited VIP rooms. He had to report it and get approval. Not long after Fang Chen left, Deacon Bai arrived at the top floor of the profound dragon pavilion. The pavilion master and the three elders were discussing the important matters of the profound dragon auction that would be held 3 days later. First elder, the people from the major forces will gradually arrive. You will be in charge of receiving them, the pavilion master said. The first elder nodded and said, "Rest assured, pavilion master. We have held the profound dragon auction countless times. There will definitely not be any mistake." The pavilion master nodded and continued to give out orders. Second elder, you will be in charge of receiving the VIP guests. I will give you a list of the VIP guests later. As for the third elder's task, it was to maintain the order of the profound dragon auction. Once there was a disturbance, he would be executed on the spot. Of course, under normal circumstances, almost no one would dare to cause trouble in the profound dragon auction. However, it was better to be safe. After all, treasures could sometimes make people lose their mind. Pavilion Master, we have a total of 9 VIP rooms. Now, 8 of them have been reserved. Can I reserve the last one? The one who spoke was the second elder. He was mainly responsible for receiving the VIPs in the VIP rooms. Many people wanted to ask him for help and wanted to get the last VIP room. Once he obtained the right to use the last VIP room, he would be able to obtain some benefits from the people who wanted to ask him for help. The pavilion master naturally knew what the second elder was thinking. However, as long as it did not harm the interests of the profound dragon pavilion, he did not care. He waved his hand and made a decision. However, at this moment, the door opened and Deacon Bai walked in, panting. "Pavilion Master, I have a VIP here. He wants to apply for the last VIP room. Please approve." When Deacon Bai heard that there was only one VIP room left, he was somewhat anxious. He had already promised Fang Chen. If he couldn't do it, it would be difficult for him. "Deacon Bai, the pavilion lord has just given me the right to use the last VIP room. I'm sorry, but there are also many people here who have applied for it," the second elder said coldly. Although there were many people here who wanted to get a VIP room, they did not meet the criteria for a VIP room, so they could only ask the second elder for help. Deacon Bai ignored the second elder. He cupped his fists at the profound dragon pavilion master and said, "Pavilion master, my guest here is extremely wealthy. I suspect that he is from some hidden great clan. He is definitely qualified to occupy a VIP room." After that, Deacon Bai told the mysterious dragon pavilion master everything that had just happened. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged man gasped in shock. "A mountain of Saint-Tier artifacts? Where did this young man come from? You don't know him?" the mysterious dragon pavilion master asked. Deacon Bai shook his head. "I've never seen him before. That's why I guessed that he's from a hidden clan. Otherwise, how could he have so many saint-level weapons? Even though the great majority of those saint-level divine armaments were damaged, merely the baleful aura contained within those weapons was enough to tell that they were extraordinary." "Deacon Bai, do you think we're all fools?" the second elder retorted. "Even the Great Snow Mountain and the Taishan sect are unable to take out a mountain of saint-level weapons. How could a mere young martial artist have them? Deacon Bai, in order to snatch the VIP room from me, you're really unscrupulous." The second elder thought that Deacon Bai was deliberately competing with him. In front of benefits, how could he give in? "Deacon Bai, the profound Dragon Pavilion Master muttered. Do you know what you're doing means? If what Deacon Bai said was true, then this young man's background should be extraordinary. He was definitely qualified to occupy a VIP room. However, if what he said was false, then not only would he embarrass the profound Dragon Pavilion, but he would also offend many experts. The profound Dragon Pavilion Master was also weighing the pros and cons. The first elder and the third elder did not say anything. They did not want to get involved in the fight between the second elder and Deacon Bai. Pavilion Master, I guarantee with my life that what I said before is true. Furthermore, I am willing to bear all the consequences of this matter, Deacon Bai said firmly. The profound Dragon Pavilion Master narrowed his eyes and stared at Deacon Bai. Since he had already said so, there was no point in continuing to argue. All right. I hope you remember what you said. I don't want any mistakes to happen in this auction, the profound Dragon Pavilion Master said sternly. Otherwise, you can bring your head to me. Many thanks, Pavilion Master. Deacon Bai was overjoyed. He cupped his fists and thanked the Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. The second elder still wanted to argue, but the profound Dragon Pavilion Master waved his hand. He opened his mouth, then flung his sleeve and left the top floor of the pavilion. Deacon Bai, who had obtained the last VIP room, immediately told Fong Chen the news. The latter was temporarily staying in a restaurant, waiting for the auction 3 days later. I hope that there will be something I want in the auction, Fong Chen said softly. After attending the auction, he would continue his journey to the Taishan sect to find the scholar and find out the mystery of the kill order. However, what he did not know was that the scholar had already obtained his approximate location from various sources in the Taishan sect. Big brother, I have already contacted the helpers. How are things on your side? Gui Ho asked. According to the information, Gui Ho said. According to the information, that person seems to be heading north, towards our Taishan sect. The closest place to the border is Profound Dragon City. Recently, there seems to be a super auction in Profound Dragon City. He might be participating. While guessing, the scholar also sent out many spies to search for Fong Chen in Profound Dragon City. Humph. No matter where you hide, I will kill you. Alright. I will ask my brothers to wait in Profound Dragon City. As soon as he appears, we will suppress him, Gui Ho said. His hatred for Fong Chen had reached an unprecedented level. If possible, he wanted to end the life of the person who had humiliated him with his own hand. Everything seemed to be proceeding in an orderly manner. Profound Dragon City became more and more lively. Many foreign experts came to attend the Profound Dragon Auction. Every time the Mystery Dragon Auction was held, it would attract countless experts and cause a huge commotion. However, they did not know that a storm was sweeping through Profound Dragon City. End of chapter. Chapter 3979. 3 days later. The atmosphere in Mystic Dragon City had reached its peak. Within the city there was a sea of people. Everyone was here for the Mystic Dragon Auction. However, there were very few people who were qualified to participate in the Mystic Dragon Auction. In front of the Mystic Dragon Pavilion, one after another, martial artists walked in with invitations in their hand. At noon, Fong Chen was invited to the Mystic Dragon Pavilion. Deacon Bai had told him that he could use the VIP passage directly. This would save him a lot of time. In the normal passage, the queue was almost at the city gate. No one knew when it would end. The VIP passage was sparsely populated. Occasionally, there would be people entering from there. Even so, many people's eyes were attracted to the VIP passage. After all, those who were able to use the VIP passage were basically people from the top forces or experts who were extremely wealthy. I wonder if anyone from the Taishan sect and the Great Snow Mountain will come this time? Discussions could be heard from the crowd. I don't think the Great Snow Mountain will come, another person said. After all, the Great Snow Mountain was the absolute overlord of the extreme north. They did not care about the Mystic Dragon auction held by the Mystic Dragon Pavilion. However, it was very likely that the Taishan sect would send someone. Look, isn't that someone from the Taishan sect? Indeed, just as they finished, someone from the Taishan sect appeared. The scholar did not hide his identity as he swaggered into the VIP passageway. He glanced at the crowd coldly before entering the passageway. It's the scholar, the #1 genius of the Taishan sect. I didn't expect the Taishan sect to send him to participate in the Mystic Dragon auction. It seems that there will be something attractive at the Mystic Dragon auction. Many people started to guess what kind of item would appear at the auction that would attract people from the Taishan sect. Master Shu, the second elder of the Mystic Dragon Pavilion, saw the scholar from afar and greeted him warmly. I didn't expect you to come to our auction. Yes. The scholar nodded. The Mystic Dragon Pavilion was only a force in the Mystic Dragon City. To a giant like the Taishan sect, it was nothing. The scholar did not give the second elder any face. He walked past the VIP passage and entered the normal hall. He found a corner and sat down. The second elder was stunned. He had thought that the scholar would ask for a VIP room for him. He had even thought about it. He was going to give the VIP room that Deacon Bai had been given to the scholar. However, the scholar's actions left the second elder puzzled. Young Master Shu, with your status, how could you stay in an ordinary hall? Our profound Dragon Pavilion has prepared a VIP room for you. Before the second elder could finish his words, he was interrupted. Don't disturb me, the scholar said impatiently. Then, he ignored the second elder and closed his eyes to rest. With such a lively scene today, I don't believe that you won't come. The scholar thought to himself. He wanted to find Fong Chen in this hall and capture him. As for Gong Tianho, he led his helpers and hid in every corner of Mystic Dragon City. As long as one side made a move, the other side would come to their aid immediately. This was also the reason why he wasn't willing to enter the VIP room. The second elder naturally didn't know that the scholar had come with a mission. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. At this time, Fong Chen had also arrived. However, before he could enter the VIP passage, he was stopped by the guards. Brat, this is the VIP passage. Line up over there, one of the guards said coldly. Without an invitation, no one was allowed to use the VIP passage. This was an iron rule. Do you have an invitation? The other guard stared at Fong Chen and asked. Fong Chen shook his head. I don't. The invitation is in Deacon Bai's hands. He hasn't given it to me yet. Humph. When the two guards heard this, they thought that Fong Chen was a swindler. They immediately scolded. We often meet swindlers like you. Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. How dare you cause trouble in the profound Dragon Pavilion? Are you tired of living? Fong Chen frowned. He was about to send a message to Deacon Bai. The latter had already seen Fong Chen. He hurriedly ran out of the VIP passage and stopped the two guards. Nonsense. Then, he smiled at Fong Chen and apologized profusely. I'm sorry. As he spoke, he led Fong Chen into the VIP passage and entered the VIP room. When the two guards saw this, their hearts were filled with fear. What kind of big shot could make Deacon Bai personally come to welcome him? The two guards looked at each other. They were a little scared. Those who could enter the VIP room were either rich or noble. Small shots like them could not afford to offend them. It's over. The two guards were trembling in fear. On the other side, the people who were lining up at the ordinary passage were also very surprised. Who is that? He looks very unfamiliar. He actually made Deacon Bai personally come to welcome him. He must have a big background. The sound of discussion was endless. Fong Chen's VIP room was number 9, which was also the last one. This was deliberately done by the second elder. He was still holding a grudge against Deacon Bai for taking his place. Deacon Bai, is that the person you brought? The second elder had appeared out of nowhere and said coldly. Deacon Bai nodded. That's him. Look at his ordinary appearance. He doesn't look like someone like you who can take out several upgraded weapons at will. The second elder said. Deacon Bai did not want to argue with the second elder. He shrugged and turned to leave. I'd like to see what the person you brought is capable of. The second elder looked at the VIP room. He glanced at VIP room 9 and snorted coldly. When it was night time, all the people who participated in the auction had already entered. The whole hall was dark. The VIPs in the 9 VIP rooms had all taken their seat. Everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. They held their breath, waiting for the most exciting moment. Not here. The scholar in the corner scanned the entire auction hall with his spiritual sense. He did not find Fong Chen. He frowned. It shouldn't be. Could it be that he guessed wrong? He wanted to check the VIP rooms. Unfortunately, in order to protect the identity of the VIPs, the mysterious Dragon Pavilion had personally invited a formation master to engrave a formation on the VIP rooms. It could block the detection of spiritual sense. In the VIP room number 9, Fong Chen looked out of the window and suddenly saw the scholar. He's here too? He originally planned to go to the Supreme Mystery Sect to find the scholar after the auction. He did not expect the scholar to come to him. This was even better. He could save a lot of energy. Let's wait until the auction is over, Fong Chen said. He did not want to attract the attention of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion and the Supreme Mystery Sect. At the same time, he was curious about what rare items would appear in the auction. For the time being, he did not plan to do anything to the scholar. He would wait until the auction was over. End of chapter. Chapter 3980. Mysterious Dragon Pavilion Auction. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the auction finally began when night fell. The first person to step onto the stage was a beautiful woman. She was different from an ordinary woman. Her body emitted a soft light, as if she was a beautiful woman bathed in the moonlight. The crowd sighed. Even the host was a Saint Realm expert. As expected of the mysterious Dragon Pavilion auction. How generous! Under the introduction of the red-clothed woman, the first auction item was presented on the stage. Whoosh! The red-clothed woman lifted the cloth covering the tray. In an instant, a strange light burst out. The crowd's gaze fell on the tray. What entered his eyes was a crystal ball-like sphere. This is... The crowd's first reaction was that it was an elixir. The first auction item is a wind elemental origin elixir. The red-clothed woman introduced with a smile. The so-called Saint Realm was the legendary 5 elements Saint Realm. They cultivated the most basic and strongest power in the world. It was called the 5 elements origin. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements perfectly formed a world. They were the foundation of this world. Anyone who comprehended one of the origin energy would be able to step into the 5 elements Saint Realm from the Yin-Yang origin realm. From then on, they would begin the path to the peak of martial arts. However, after so many years, there were very few people who could comprehend all 5 elements. Even Fong Chen had only comprehended 4 of them. He had only just begun to comprehend the 5th element. He had never fully comprehended it. The origin elixir was an elixir refined using the origin energy of the world. Generally speaking, the origin elixir was more attractive to Saint Realm martial artists. However, it was only the crudest origin elixir. The wind elemental origin elixir that the mysterious Dragon Pavilion auction house brought out was a peak-grade origin elixir. Many people's eyes lit up as they scrambled to bid. At their level, ordinary currency no longer had any meaning. They used Saint-level weapons as their currency to quote prices. The starting price was a primary grade Saint-grade weapon. I'll bid 2. Someone started to bid. I'll offer 3 items. I'm skilled in the Tao of Wind. My comprehension of the wind origin source is only one step away from reaching perfection. As long as I have this wind origin source pill, my attainments in speed will definitely increase. Many wind attribute experts looked greedily at the crystalline medicinal pill. Of course, there were also some non-wind elemental powerhouses who thought highly of him. After all, the medicinal effect of the wind origin pellet was simply too powerful. If one were to encounter a life and death crisis, one would be able to increase one's speed by 100 times for a short period of time after consuming the wind origin pellet. This was equivalent to a life. Everyone was shouting crazily. The red-clothed lady's face was full of smiles. The higher the price, the more profit the mysterious dragon pavilion would make. I, Wang Xian, will be taking this pill. When the price of the wind elemental origin pill reached 9 basic upgrade weapons, a voice suddenly rang out and silenced the entire auction hall. Everyone's gaze uniformly fell on the person who made the bid. He was clad in golden armor, and his entire body was emitting fiery light. When the crowd saw his appearance, they all cried out in alarm. It's someone from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe. This person seems to have the Xianyang fire on him. Could he be Wang Ting from the Wang family? Boom! There was an uproar in the auction hall. Wang Ting from the Wang family of the Fire Tribe was known to have the bearing of a sovereign. He had been nurtured as the future hope of the Fire Tribe since he was young. Although the Fire Tribe was also a subordinate force of the Great Snow Mountain, Wang Ting's name had already spread far and wide. He had even been accepted as the last disciple of the Great Snow Mountain's powerhouses. That person from the Wang family is also here. Why does the Fire Tribe want the wind origin pellet? Many people were surprised. However, after Wang Ting from the Fire Tribe spoke, no one dared to bid anymore. Obviously, they were also somewhat afraid of the Fire Tribe. In the end, after repeated inquiries by the red-clothed lady, no one bid. Wang Ting from the Fire Tribe won the wind origin pellet at the price of 10 basic sacred weapons. Congratulations, brother Wang Ting. The surrounding crowd cupped their hands and congratulated Wang Ting. The latter sat back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Wang Ting? The scholar in the corner frowned slightly. Originally, he was also prepared to bid. After all, having a wind origin pellet meant that he could escape at a critical moment. However, after the king of the Fire Tribe raised the price, he was not prepared to compete. Interesting. The corners of the scholar's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. It seemed that this auction had attracted a lot of people. In VIP room number 9, Fong Chen shook his head. Seeing so many people competing for the wind origin pellet, he wanted to laugh. When did the wind origin pellet become so popular? Or had he been out of the mainstream for a long time, and it was difficult for him to integrate into the lives of ordinary people? He shrugged. Although 10 elementary Saint-grade weapons were nothing to him, the wind origin pill was even less of a problem. That was because he himself was an alchemist. Moreover, his comprehension of the wind origin pill had already reached the pinnacle. He could easily refine the wind origin pill. If I had known that the wind origin pellet was so popular, I would have refined some and asked Deacon Bai to help me sell them. Fong Chen curled his lips. It was too late to say that now. At the same time, he did not have much hope for this auction. Following that, the auction continued in full swing. The lady in red did her best to introduce the benefits of each auction item, which moved the hearts of the people. Round after round of bidding gradually became louder and louder. The atmosphere in the auction house was ignited. The lady in red's beautiful eyes flickered, inciting the crowd to compete in the bidding. The second item, the third item, the fourth item, one item after another was bought by the crowd at a high price. The experts of the Profound Dragon Pavilion were overjoyed. At this moment, the Profound Dragon Pavilion master, who was on the top floor of the pavilion, had been paying close attention to the situation in the auction house. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. The person who came in was the first elder. He briefly reported the situation of the auction to the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master. The profits of this auction are greater than the previous ones. The Profound Dragon Pavilion Master smiled. That's right, other than the Wang family of the Fire Tribe, who else is here? Big forces like the Wang family of the Fire Tribe and the Taishan sect did not bother to participate in the Profound Dragon Pavilion's auction. The appearance of the Wangting from the Fire Tribe surprised the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master. There is also the scholar from the Taishan sect, the first elder said. Hearing this, the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master looked around and smiled. It looks like this auction will be very lively. At the same time, he also reminded the first elder to take good care of the defense. Anyone who dared to disrupt the auction was to be killed on the spot. Don't worry, Pavilion Master. I have already secretly deployed a large amount of manpower. I believe that no one will dare to cause trouble, the first elder said. Before leaving, the Profound Dragon Pavilion Master suddenly remembered the VIP room that Deacon Bai wanted. That's right, did the person that Deacon Bai gave the VIP room bid? End of chapter. Bid.